Good afternoon. Working?
We good, Colin?
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you all for being here. Welcome to the July 27th, 2026 Dorchester District 2 Summer Board Retreats. We appreciate your participation and time. Excited, looking forward to a day of great information and even better discussion. So we, with the input from the entire board, we have our agenda laid out in front of us, and we have also built in plenty of time to have discussion and questions. So please feel free to take advantage of that. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and get started so we can stay on schedule today. And first item on our agenda today is a curriculum and instruction materials update. And it looks like Mrs. Katie Barker is going to be taking the lead on that. So I will turn it over to her. Thank you. Interesting to talk with the mic when I'm sitting at the table. Thank you, Mr. Farrell. So thank you for having me today to talk a little bit about curriculum and instruction. The two big topics that I'm going to address are instructional materials for this upcoming school year. And then Mr. Doherty asked me to kind of give an update about how we use Chromebooks in our elementary school classrooms. So those will be two big topics. For us, I did just want to, I always like, and we always like to start with celebrations when we meet with principals and in the classroom. So before I get too far down that, I just want to say we will bring these to the board soon to provide some more information. But we recently found out that Dorchester 2 was awarded the South Carolina Instructional Leadership Pilot Grant from the State Department, which we're super excited about. That will come alongside what we shared at the end of last year with our AP cohorts, and really focusing on developing instructional leadership we are adding a component for aspiring leaders, so teachers or instructional coaches that might be interested in administration, continue what we're doing with our AP cohorts, and then bringing some of that work to continue the growth in our or the instructional leadership with our principals as well. So we're super excited about that. And then the second one is a Zern math coaching pilot grant that we were awarded from the State Department, which will work with Oak Brook Elementary and Eagle Nest Elementary, really focusing on Zern as a instructional software that's provided through the State Department, really focusing on differentiation in math in the classroom. So they will send coaches to those schools, really come alongside those teachers, strong professional development focus there. So we're super excited about those.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So those two schools were selected because they applied or because we saw a need?
Great question, both. They both were schools that really feel like math is an area that they want to grow. Their scores support that desire to grow in that area, but the school also had to show initiative in wanting to begin that work. So they went through the buy-in process, working with their teachers. Our content specialists at the district level felt like those were two schools already that had kind of started taking some steps in that direction, and we're ready to continue that growth. Great questions. Thank you. Okay, so for 2026, 2027, which is here, whether it feels like it should be or not, is right around the corner. So I just am going to talk a little bit about the materials that we use in our classroom, the process that we go through for adoption of those materials, and then kind of show you how we track those materials. So first, the bulk of our instructional materials come through the state adoption process. So before school districts are given options about what materials you might want to use in your district, the state goes through a rigorous process anytime there's a new adoption. Things that they look for are 80% or higher standards alignment, cost, because these are materials that the State Department provides, what supplemental materials might come alongside those, readers, textbooks, whether they're all digital, books in your hand, things like that. So the state has a pretty rigorous process that they go through at the state level. And then once the state narrows it down, then they share with schools and districts what the state options are for adoption. I won't go too far into what we've done because we've presented that information to the board because we've adopted new textbooks the last few years, but our teachers really drive all of the work that happens at the district level. We get sample materials that teachers at every school get to dig into. At our district, part of what our schools do is they do their own standards alignment. We know textbooks come from publishers, and publishers, great or not, it is a business, so it's about making money for them. So we as a district go through our own standards alignment to really ensure that when we are selecting textbooks, we make sure we're picking the ones that most align with the standards, as well as our district models, the materials that our teachers feel like are best for our kids. And then every school comes to a consensus, and that's all based on the teacher feedback about what materials they think are best. And then that gets turned into the district. And then that's how our district level decisions are made. We do require in DD2 that all of our classrooms, all of our schools use the same materials. There are districts that don't do that. There are districts that let schools choose separately, or might have some schools or even some grade levels that use some adopted materials while others don't. And just for number one, we are a district, so we have students that move between schools. So we want that to be a seamless transition if you move in the middle of the year. And also there's a ton of research that just shows that curriculum spirals. So if you're using different ones at different grade levels, it also can be tough for students to adjust to a different textbook, teachers to adjust. We know teachers change grade levels sometimes. So those are just our expectations as a district. We do, if you see that second bullet under state materials, over the last several years, we have made a very concerted effort to moving towards our high quality instructional materials, which if I say HQIM, that's what I'm referencing, that we receive from the state, that being primarily the majority of what we use in our classroom. The state has done a tremendous job really ensuring that those materials are high quality, that they are based on research. As we've made the transition over to science of reading, ensuring that all of our literacy materials are supported through research. And that's different. I would say when I was in the classroom, we had a textbook, you could use it or not use it, you could pull kind of whatever. And in all honesty, the materials that we had back then, a lot of times were very outdated and weren't as strong as they are now. So, but it is definitely in the last 3 years, I would say, been a main focus in DD2 for us to focus on the use of those high quality instructional materials. All of our pacing guides, our district instructional planning documents are all based for the most part on those high quality instructional materials that we get from the state. Second is district materials, and this really comes in, going back to what I said about publishers, is they might slap a sticker on there that says South Carolina standards aligned, but the textbook probably looks very similar to some other states. So supplemental materials are where we fill in where our high quality instructional materials from the state don't exactly align to the standards. So again, those are materials that are documented in our district pacing guide, our planning documents, so that way we want to ensure that our teachers know where to go for the strongest resources. And we also don't want teachers to feel like they have to go searching for the best resources to meet their students' needs, to meet those standards. Depending on the supplemental materials, they can be funded a variety of different ways. For example, Read 180 is a district program. We fund that from the district level. Schools also use school level Title I funds. For example, 95 Literacy Intervention System is an approved literacy intervention system that we use in our elementary school. Schools that want to use that program use Title I funds to purchase that. And then there are other funds that schools or districts might use based on the materials you needed. For example, some of our counseling materials to meet the Aaron's Law requirement, even though the state requires the instruction, they don't provide the materials for that. So we use district. Some schools might use EA funds, things like that. So that's how those are funded. And then there's also some teacher selection of materials. We encourage our teachers. For example, we know that sometimes the world around you, current events, for example, this time of year, we know that this is hurricane season. So we have science standards that major weather events are a part of them. So we would certainly encourage teachers to use supplemental materials that might not be a part of those district materials or state materials. There are strict criteria that they should, based on regulations that they must comply with, developmental appropriate, age appropriate, all of those things. But our teachers do pull additional materials based on the needs of their students and other reasons maybe that those district materials or state materials don't align with. Those are materials that they put in their syllabus, and also if asked by parents, they are required to make those available as part of that. So as we do for our adoption process, there's also a parent and community review process. And then last, I was going to click on it, but it won't open up there if I click on it here.
Any questions about the curriculum instructional materials you may have?
So just to confirm my understanding, so basically most of our curriculum is based on state approved materials.
Mhm.
We do have the ability to provide some
Yes.
district level material.
Yes.
We have our own standards and whatnot. That's
Yes.
basically for supplemental use.
Yes, yes. There, and I can show you 97%, yes. There are some courses that we offer at the high school that don't have state adopted options. So we fill those with only district, but again, it goes back to those standards alone. We don't want teachers to just go out and randomly select materials. You mind clicking on that link for me? And I'll just show you that this is, sorry. This is just an example. I'm crossing my fingers. Chrissy and I checked it twice, 3 times to make sure it opened. So you'll see that at the bottom, we keep it separated by our elementary schools. Our elementary special ed classes have, based on student needs, another huge example list of materials. And then you'll see over in the far right side, it shows whether it's a district or state approved program or course. Do you mind clicking on the high school link just to show you? You'll see, as you would expect, and the high school list is much more extensive because we offer far more courses at the high school level. But if you see a gap here or there, those are courses where there are non-state adopted materials. So there might not be a textbook, but then if you scrolled all the way over to the right, there would be a district approved resource there. So we compile all of the instructional materials that we use for all of our courses, elementary all the way through high school, as well as all of our programs. And this list includes our CTE courses, our fine arts courses. If we teach it in this district, you're going to find it here. Any questions about that process or any of the materials, or is there anything else perhaps along those lines that I did not?
And the other thing to add on this, she's talked a lot about instructional materials, but the other thing is with pacing guides. Because she talked a lot about transiency, if a student moves from this building to that building, again, you're talking about the same instructional materials, but now you're also talking about a pacing guide. And because if they do not follow the pacing guide, that child could go to the other school and that teacher could have already taught that material and it should have been on the pacing guide when they got over there. So that we try to eliminate any of that transient, any of those gaps. So that's so important to have at a district this size, because we do have students that move schools. It's so important because you could see if they went into this area and they didn't get that material, there's a gap in learning. And so we try to minimize any of that with those pacing guides. The curriculum instruction department has done an amazing job. So when a new teacher comes in, we've onboarded, I want to say 385 people this year, and they've done a phenomenal job of providing those pacing guides. and of all the instructions. So if I'm a new teacher, the old days, it used to be, hey, here's your book, go get them, good luck to you. We'll see you at the end of the year. That's not the case here in DD2. They get a pacing guide, they get all the materials, and then they have people alongside of them to make sure they know how to then pull those standards out and then be able to teach the standards correctly. Because it's one thing to know what the standard is, but how do I know how to teach that standard? And so they have done a phenomenal job trying to provide instructional support there. So just wanted to touch on that.
That's all right. We're proud of the work that our team has done with Pacing Guides. And it's our teachers, and I think that's why we see so much success with that, is that we get that group, our curriculum writing groups back together every summer for every course to really reflect and update based on data, based on changes in materials. And so we are really proud of the work that our district does in that area. So thank you for that. Any
So
other?
still done in the classroom
Absolutely.
tremendously, so.
And I want to say, Mr. Doherty said, we value the work with our Pacing Guides is because it's what's best for our kids that are moving. But it's also what's best for our teachers. Teaching is a tough job. It takes a ton of time. So if we can provide a strong roadmap that will help you get there, down to you're going to spend 4 days on this, but also with the understanding that you're the teacher, you're the master at what you're doing. So if you need 6 days there instead of 4, we want you to take that and just work through down the road where you're going to catch up. So, we really want to come alongside our teachers for that work, so that to help take some of that burden off of their shoulders, because it's tough. It's tough. And I will say we had the math curriculum that we use in our elementary schools, Eureka Math Squared, was a new adoption last year. Under the new math standards, and very few districts across the state went with that, because it's very different from what we historically used in the classroom. It's tons of research that supports it, but it's also very based on foundational skills for math, developing those skills that students are going to need to build the next skill on. And we had someone reach out to us from another district that was just like, we looked at our scores, and I'd love to kind of pick your brain and see how you guys did it. And we did it very differently. They kind of take their textbook and open on page 1 and turn the page and go through, whereas we really worked with our teachers to make that align with what what's happening with the kids in front of them, which I think we all know. Any plan is great when you're the only one sitting there looking at it, but when you have to involve other people, that changes things. So I think a lot of the success that we saw this year with that, and when all of our scores are in, we'll be happy to share that with you as well.
And is that EURE?
EUREKA.
Isn't that used for GATE?
It was historically in Dorchester too, the math curriculum that
I was
was.
gonna say, I remember when twins used it for
Yeah.
years, so we just went and moved it
We
across.
did all elementary K-5 uses Eureka.
That's great.
Yes, great instruction, great materials don't belong just in one classroom, was kind of what our teachers felt like, and I think we're seeing some success from that, so. Okay, all right, thank you. Next, I am going to talk about Chromebooks. We know that right now, if you are watching what's going on in our state and our nation, the pendulum is definitely swinging from one side to the other about student use of devices. So I am here today, just kind of talk through where we are in DD2 and our recommendations for schools and teachers as we move into this year. So obviously, there are great benefits to use of technology in the classroom. That's why years ago, we started way back when I was in the classroom, having the listening centers was like the first ever technology in the classroom for me. But, now we are one-on-one. So, but there are great engagement practices with technology. Our digital learning environment is something we've spent a lot of time on developing to support teachers and students over the last year for those engagement purposes. If used well, technology can be a really great tool for learning. We believe very strongly that it should be balanced. Just because there is a great tool for any skill on a device doesn't mean students don't still need books and crayons and scissors. And, we are not a district that believes that, kids don't still need to cut and glue and all of those things. So it should be a balanced experience in the classroom. There are also, through various programs and use of technology, ways that we can differentiate and enrich instruction in the classroom daily. A teacher may not be able to sit knee to knee with every single student every day, or even in small group for every subject. But the programs that we focus on using really provide more differentiation or enrichment based on a student's specific skills, needs, and gaps there. Also, whether we like it or not, our students are taking online tests for state accountability, federal accountability. So we certainly don't want to surprise them with use of devices. We really want to prepare them for that. So those are some of the reasons why we feel like the use of Chromebooks are important in our classrooms. And of course, with anything, there comes cautions as well. We know that screen time is definitely something that we want to be cautious of. Excessive use in the classroom. And I'll say, I think we all know that those are concerns outside of the classroom as well, is that we know all of our students have different expectations and boundaries and guidance for screen time and excessive use. So that's something that we want to take into consideration as well. For all of our students, I would say this is specifically about elementary, but we don't want our older kids on devices throughout an entire class period either. Also, protecting personal information. Anytime you have a student on a device, their personal, Dr. Sanga tells us all the time, like, nothing is free, nothing, your information is out there. So really making sure that we are guarding that. And I know that's something he's going to talk a little bit about today, but also ensuring that our faculty, our staff, and our students are aware of those cautions as well. And then program overuse. There is nothing better in a classroom than the teacher. So the strongest programs we have still are not as important as what our kids are doing when they're with the teacher. So we don't want to rely overly much on those programs instead of just strong, solid core instruction. So with those, any questions about pros and cautions? Yes, ma'am.
Have we done a study on the amount of time that the students are engaged with the computer, the Chromebooks, or whatever? I believe there really seriously have to be a balance there, because too often when all you have to do is click and choose a number, they'll guess their way through. I taught Grid 180, they would do that, try to do that as much as they could. But I also believe they need to know how to put their thoughts down on paper and communicate that way as well. So I'm just wondering, because if every class is using the computer every day, I have an issue with that. I don't know. Somehow now we have to work it out, because we are in a technological generation. That's gonna happen. So we want them to, I'm not as technologically oriented as I should be. So I applaud that, and I want them to have that knowledge. But at the same time, I want them to be able to speak, write, think, without just choosing, having a choice. I need them to come up with the choices, and then from that be able to elaborate on why that's the better choice, etc. Whereas if all you're doing is clicking, and then they sit there like, I'm through. Well, no, you're not through. Then there should be something else for you to do that involves writing, reading, responding to what you've read, asking questions. That's how they're
Higher level skills.
Yes.
Right, absolutely. Yes, ma'am, I'm gonna talk about, I love where you just went, set me up perfectly for that one. I'm gonna talk about a lot of those things here, Ms. Val, and then if by the end of this section, if I don't answer all of those questions, I'm gonna come back and make sure, see if I answered all of them.
I guess that was kind of like, to piggyback off what you said, part of why I wanted to talk about, especially use in elementary school with technology is, you're seeing more and more peer-reviewed studies that show just retention, deep level thinking, just certain skills that are better you have better outcomes when you include paper, or when you're reading in a book. And so, especially from our kindergarten through second grade, elementary level in general, but I definitely have, or K4 through second grade have some concerns with that. And I want to know what kind of accountability we have to ensure, are we monitoring the amount of hours each classroom is spending on technology? Are there shut-offs? Like, is there something that says, hey, like you've reached your 2-hour limit that warns teachers that, so it doesn't, I understand it's a great tool, but it's really easy for it to become a crutch. It's really easy for it to become something that we overutilize. And I do think with the amount of screen time kids have at home that are outside of our control, we are seeing a lot of exacerbation in behavior issues and attention spans and things like that. So I think there's a lot of things to consider with the cost benefit analysis. I think there are a lot of benefits to it, but I think we have to be careful because there's also some negatives to it as well.
Yep.
And I would say on that, just to piggyback, I think everything in moderation, and you have to look at, are you a consumer versus a producer?
Right.
You know, am I just consuming or am I producing something with the device? And so those are questions that we're trying to answer as well. And I think that's what we're gonna be tasked to do, is looking in these classrooms and making sure.
And I think that's kind of like my main concern is I think that we have that part in mind. Like, I don't think that that is against the intention of the district or using it as a tool, but how do we monitor that? How do we ensure that's what's happening? How do we ensure it's consistent across all grade levels and use? And how are we like setting limitations based on age appropriateness? Is like K4 through second grade, maybe their maxes should be an hour a day that they're utilizing technology. For somebody in high school, maybe we don't read books on screens at a certain age level versus there's certain benefits to reading excerpts and things as you get older, you know, just weighing those. And what are we doing to monitor that, provide accountability and ensure consistency across the district?
Well, the other thing we're looking at too, devices always go home, you know, and we have a program, can't think of the name, Dr. Sanger could probably tell me, but there's a program that parents can go in there and they can monitor and making sure students are not on their devices. They can-
Schoology, what is that?
Yes.
I get it all the time, the report.
What's it called?
Securely.
Securely.
Yeah.
Yeah, so securely allows us parents to have control too, see exactly what they've done, and then they can also shut it off. And so their child may have their computer, but I'm not gonna be on it late at night and they can't use it.
Yeah, my concern isn't after school by any means. I mean, I think that's the parent's job to do, you know.
But again, we know sometimes that doesn't happen always either, and so I think, you know, we're trying to make sure, again, everything is in moderation. Because again, we see this outside of school too. I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of parents will use this kind of to babysit their child when they go out. I mean, if you go out to dinner, you see that, the child's not there, they're on a device rather than there. So again, you know, trying to limit, not just in school, but if they're using our device outside of school.
I think that's a good.
So just trying to be cognizant of the whole child, the whole picture, with the device.
So anything on that, like accountability, how we're monitoring that, what our plans are to monitor that, I'd love to hear more on that.
Yeah, I think Katie's gonna go into a little bit of that. This
So the parents are aware that we have, what's it
is
called?
all securely.
You
So
can,
they are
they
aware?
are like in 50.
Oh, okay, well, I don't have any kids in school, so I don't know, but I think that's good, because, you know, I don't do a lot of Facebook, but every so often I'll get in one of those and read. I just wanna make sure they know, because just in case I responded to somebody the other day, and I don't usually respond, because they talk about how we were, never mind, we won't get into that, but anyway, the bottom line is,
I usually get
I just wanna make sure that the parents are aware, because sometimes they get on there and they talk about, oh, that's too much of this, that, the other, and we're giving them a choice. And hopefully they'll take that choice and let that kid go to bed so that they will be ready the next morning. So,
The kids aren't staring at screens in the
pardon?
I'm confident children are not staring at screens in the fashion.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you have the computer available and you're using it every day in every class, even with the elementary, even with the high school, I think there should be some kind of balance as to how often you.
I think there is just everything should, yeah, I mean, I think we know everything, right? And everything needs,
But we just want out those that's in charge in the classroom. We're not trying to take it from them,
sure,
but we just want them to understand the need.
sure, yeah, absolutely. So I'm gonna go over some
Go ahead.
recommendations. Oh, sorry.
One other thing to consider as you're going through this, I know you're gonna speak about it. You know, the going-in assumption when we adopted all this technology was it was always gonna be a net positive. Okay, same thing with AI, okay? businesses are coming to the immediate reality that the promise of AI has not resulted in the savings and everything. And in fact, they're having to go backwards because they have people that don't know what to do with the outputs that AI provides them. They don't have the critical thinking skills, they all sorts of things. And so companies in the business world are doing a 180. Some are actually now hiring more people, even though they got rid of a bunch of people with AI. What does that have to do with Chromebooks? Well, the assumption going in was that technology was going to be a net positive and whatnot. Okay, I have a bias. I hate reading anything on a screen because I can't scribble and put Post-it notes on. Okay, you'll see me writing favorably here. Have we done any evaluation of our student achievement results since we introduced the technology and where we are today? Are we at the same level? Has it really benefited us at all? Because when you look at the total cost, and by cost, I'm not talking just dollars and cents, total cost of ownership, support, what are they getting from this? Are they truly able to do the things they should be? I can look at a YouTube video about how to build a wall and know that hammers and nails are involved. But if I don't spend some time actually practicing, look at your results. So have we done any evaluation of our actual results when it comes to student achievement? And if we haven't, do we have any plans to think about that? Because I understand there are some benefits with that and supports the curriculum and all that kind of stuff, and appreciate all you guys do. But I think we need to take a practical look at what the results are.
How do you, I guess my concern with that, and I have the same question, is how would you measure that and not know that the improved results aren't a result of a change in curriculum or some other thing? There's so many variables that have happened since we introduced one-to-one technology in 2020. Could we have had more growth without technology than we have, so that's
It's a hard thing to
it's like, how would you separate it
one
out?
another. And I was actually thinking, Mr. Lee, I was like, when I first started teaching was when we first got computer labs where you fill the class. And I was like, that was in 2001. So to go and to be transparent, I know that we monitor effective use of when we use a new program. Like, do we look at, are we seeing an increase in student achievement? Even though, like you said, Ms. Bates, it's hard to separate. Is it because of this program or the teacher or the intervention programs? It is, and ISTE is the man with the algorithms in his head that understands all of that. But I will say, to say, comparing like a group with no technology to a group that uses technology, in our specific district with our kids, I don't know that I don't even know where we would, right?
Like a group of students
These are the 100 kids that
don't
know device.
technology, yeah, and then compare it. I mean, that's.
And not to say it wouldn't be,
Yeah.
valuable, but that would.
Yeah,
I was
I was trying to think, because I love the idea of being able to monitor that and see
Right.
that, but I'm like, I don't know how, again, like you changed the curriculum to Eureka Med. How do we know it wasn't because of that we're seeing progress, or maybe
And our
it's,
state
I-
changes assessment, so even to compare like state assessments to look at how many things have changed.
I mean, we can look at the negatives easier than we can see the benefits, I think, because you can see, obviously what screens do.
Lots to consider.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Lee, thank you, because these are some of the issues that I think in education, especially in K-12, not just DD2, we've been dealing with, and that is to be able to do an analysis to see if what we're doing is actually contributing. It's not just technology. Like you said, even if it's change of curriculum, change of textbook, change of X, Y, Z, how do they actually affect what students are doing? We train teachers, is that training effective? Is it actually making a difference? Those are things that we are had to say we don't do. But I would say, one of the things that I've been talking, and I'm not going to talk about this, that's why I wanted to make mention of this here. I've been talking to my data analytics person, which most school districts, including ours, it's limited to, we get the data, we have lots and lots of data, right? And, they assess the students, they give us results, we go back and we look at students' performance. The only thing we're not doing is answering that question. How can I look at this result and make a determination as to why that student succeeded in the same class and that student did not? What is the reason for that? And so, and you hear me just mention a bit of that when I come to talk about AI, which I'm not going to really talk about because I don't know what to talk about with AI. But, you know, unless we start from a certain point, and right now, I've tried and you already know this kind of, to try to work with universities because that's only way we can get that kind of research. We don't have the skill set, we don't have the personnel to be able to sit down and look at a program. And, you know, I was saying we do that with our programs. Any program we adopt, we start from a vantage point, and then we can have people collect data. And then whether we're going to do clinical research where we, you know, separate students. I really hate that because some students might actually get the good thing and the other students don't. But nonetheless, I think it's a good thing. But yes, right now we're not doing it, but it's something that we have to. And I can assure you that when we move, you'll hear that one of our rooms in Spam Educational Center is going to be a research room, and it's deliberate. So we hope to, you know, build that capacity. Well, we start small. Ask a question: is that actually working? And then try to answer that question.
So you know of some places that doing these types of studies?
I know people who can for us.
Who can?
Yes.
And there's like peer-reviewed studies, like, you know, you can look at what was that Delgado, where they had 54 studies that they did a culmination of, that was followed 171,055 students across it, and looked at, are students retaining more while reading on paper versus using technology? And there's studies out there that have looked at this, and I think we need to consider some of those, because I think it's difficult for us to do sometimes at a district level, but there are entities that have devoted themselves to studying this, using control groups and looking at that data to see if there's benefits and what, you know, how to use it, where to limit it and all of that. So that's some of the things that I'd like to see us consider moving forward, you know, that's a
And I think,
sidebar.
and I think Katie's gonna talk about some of the limits, that again, everything comes to moderation. And I think Bethany knows that when you're in the classroom in elementary, the magic happens in small groups.
Yeah.
That's where it happens in small groups. And so when you're doing station rotations, you have a teacher that's up there in the kiddie table that's teaching reading, using materials and going through the process. And then you have others that go through stations. And so, you know, that is huge. And that's
Yeah.
where I know Katie and her team still, we all believe in that. The teacher is still, that's where that magic happens with small groups. And I think that's where technology, that blended, they are those that helps, how can I say, duplicate the teacher in the classroom. That's what technology does.
Because they're not just sitting there.
Yeah, because they're not sitting there doing that. They're working on skills.
Yeah.
And so they are not just consumers. They're going to hopefully produce something after that.
Yeah.
So I know, Katie, we have talked as a team, and I know they put some things in there, how to kind of monitor it, how to put some limitations when we're talking to some of our
I'll
groups.
let you
Well,
get.
that's one of the things I loved about Read 180, having taught it, it gave you that
Yes.
opportunity to basically get there one-on-one with those kids, while the others had a variety of books that they could read, and then another group was over there on the computer. But it was limited as to how much time they were on the computer, and so they could rotate in and out of the
That's
groups.
awesome.
So, but
That-
that's still what we do, we still do, like.
With Read 180,
But I
yes.
mean, like,
Even outside of Read 180, station rotation, small group rotations is still our recommendation for use of devices. And all best practices, not just devices. What we don't want to see, is you walk into a classroom and every student is on a device.
So
That is,
Patient, you're saying that there are groups of students that aren't utilizing the device, because I feel like, and maybe it's just from my limited observing, obviously, you'd have maybe like the teacher that had differentiated instruction. While she's differentiating, the majority of the remaining students would be then on a device.
so a best practice, our recommendation, and I won't
Yeah.
say that there are not times where that might not be exactly what you see, is that there would be 3 or more groups, depending on the time, the needs of your class. And one student might, and we're talking about elementary, so I'll keep kind of elementary, but one group might be on exact path reading. You might have a small group at the table that are working on literacy skills with the teacher on a skill that they need. And then another group should be doing independent reading. To go back to what you both kind of referenced, it is always our recommendation at the elementary level, K-5, 4K, and even really, even in middle and high school, when
I think that's
available,
right. I think
that you have
that's
text in,
wrong.
we call it text in hand, is that you should have a book or a printed copy of the text when available. I will say there are times when a resource is only available, like it's a digital copy. And that's the best resource for that particular lesson or skill. But that it is always, when possible, that students, especially at the elementary level, especially in the working kindergarten, first, second grade level, as they're developing readers, that they have a text in hand. I mean, Mr. Lee referenced it. We all do it as adults. But when they're learning to read, I mean, we want them to underline the long vowel sound. They're going to circle the silent E and draw a line to which vowel it helps, and all of those things that our kids are doing in the classroom. So all of those concepts about print, where, color the, space between the words yellow. So, and again, they need copies of the text in order to do that. So, that is certainly, we think, a best practice in the classroom. Now, there could be a time they could still be doing station rotation. One student, they might be on a device doing math fact fluency, and another group might be doing exact math. I still wouldn't say that's the perfect scenario. There should be one of the rotations in a station rotation should always be some kind of something they're doing. And again, our recommendation is that that's a good time to take that break from the screen so that they're not looking at a screen for two of the rotations. Again, I wouldn't say there may be a case where you would see something different, but that is, I would say, the model that we want teachers to use as much as possible.
That's good. I think that's good for people to hear that you might not be in the classroom with their kids every day, that's happening, so.
I mean, our elementary kids, but all of our kids, I mean, from math, there's the whole concrete representational abstract model. They need to be able to do those things with their hands, draw them, move them. So for every content area, that hands-on is important. I think we would all argue, not even just, I'm sure a lot of us in the room are do with our hands over look at a screen or, in one modality. So that's just a way to take that.
And my last point on this, if they're not doing it, I would also like the middle and high school to do that, because there are kids who are missing and they need someone to sit there one-on-one with them sometime. And, you just make that room so comfortable. You might know this today, but this group over here might need, I'll be able to help you understand the concept.
You don't know it yet. That's right.
So I would love for us to encourage our teachers to do some of those rotations, maybe 1 or 2 days a week, whatever is needed in order to bring everybody as much as possible.
I would say our secondary principals and assistant principals have definitely been working on increasing that station rotation and small group the last couple of years, because there's the need for differentiation doesn't end when you leave 5th grade and go to middle school. Your kids continue to need that. So making sure that we can support and enrich. Again, I want to say that that's not just for your students that are struggling with the skills. That's really a great time to really push your high flyers and make sure that they get some one-on-one attention to really challenge their thinking, take them to that next level of problem solving as well.
I'm excited at the idea of this.
Listen, our whole team, Mr. Doherty included, this is where he gets super excited about instruction, is when you talk about that. So, we could talk about this as much as you want.
Go to dinner.
So just some other recommendations that we have in place. Do you mind clicking on that digital literacy and well-being? This is, kind of going back to what we referenced about safety, student safety online and digital citizenship, is that our elementary students, and really this is in place, it looks different, participate in monthly digital citizenship lessons to ensure that they are good citizens of the internet and everything else involving. So you'll see everything there. I will say I have something with my magic not great linking skills, it's turned into one big link. So these are all supposed to be individual links where it takes each teacher to a specific lesson, but it's everything from cyberbullying, how to be a good friend, using online test tools, all of those things. So that is something that is in place. ISTE's ITS team has been a big help in implementing that and ensuring that our schools have all of those tools Thank you, sir. You can go back to the slide. And that really focuses on that, what not, ensuring students know what not to share online, how to seek help, things like that. We talked about station rotation and small group. That really is our big focus. I put a sub bullet under here. We do not, many years ago, if you have been around DD2 for years, we used to have time expectations. Like you had to have 20 minutes of exact path math, and you had to have 20 minutes of exact path reading, and then you had to have 10 minutes of fact fluency. So we had expectations attached to every, and we know, like, we have changed that probably 5 years ago because we know that's not a best practice anymore. Students, that should be number one, differentiated based on student need. And if a teacher can pull one student over that needs a specific skill during a 10-minute break of time, we want teachers to be doing that instead of ensuring that they get their exact math minutes in. So we did talk a little bit here today about that. It's almost, we need to focus on limitations instead of expectations. So that's something that we are working with elementary principals so that they can support that in their classrooms as well.
Would we have a way, I guess, this is more a you question, to like monitor that holistically at a district level?
Yeah, so we can run reports so that we can tell at the student level, class level, program level, all of those things, how much time we're using, yes. Absolutely.
And the one thing, just a reminder, is e-learning. You know what I mean? The e-learning district, we have to be one-to-one. Now, you're gonna see, now, do we send the devices home every time? Don't have to, but if you can see some weather that's out there, then you can send some of those devices home, especially the K through 2, and I don't know you wanna touch on that, but that's one of the things we're looking at doing, is you don't have to send the device home every night. But in order to be an e-learning district, we have to have the devices for each child when they go, so.
It's something I also want to investigate the value of being an e-learning district.
Well, I think it is, I mean, because you, again, when you look at that, I mean, you're tagging on days at the end of the year. I mean, you had the 1 year, I think we had e-learning the first day of school. So again, the state has put some things in place where you're not allowed to have that first day of school. You have to make up those days because a student is probably not ingrained with e-learning, how to get on the LMS and how to access it. So our teachers are really gonna have to do a mock e-learning day. I believe it's the second week of school. So that way they know how to access materials if we do have to do an e-learning day. And then it goes back into the digital citizenship that Katie and the ITSs and their groups have worked together on. So I'll let you kind of go in more depth about the devices.
Sure. So I'll just say about e-learning is that it's certainly a balance, especially our 4K and kindergarten students, right? We definitely don't want them on devices. I don't even want to say a majority. I think Ms. Bates, you said 2 hours. We don't want any, that's too much. But at the same time, they need to be comfortable enough with using their devices so that if there's an e-learning day, that they know how to log into Schoology, that they know how to access their lessons for the day. But at the same time, that doesn't have to be instructional access. So I know our 4K and kindergarten class, we have some classes that they use Schoology to take attendance, like take a picture of your backpack in your cubby and submit it in the media album. And that's practicing Schoology. They still have to access it, but we're not saying get on to an instructional software program for the next 20 minutes. So we're trying to really empower our teachers to use devices in ways that might not be instructional, that those students still have that practice time in the need in case they have access to e-learners. And that's really for our youngest kids. Our older ones, once they kind of have the hang of it, they're not going to forget if they don't, use it daily for 2 weeks, and then we have to have an e-learning day. But our younger ones need that practice more often, but it doesn't have to be necessarily a lengthy amount of time. And that kind of brings me to the next section, which I think, Mr. Lee, you referenced in relation to AI, but really high quality technology use. We are focusing a lot on those higher order thinking things. That is really what we want teachers to be using devices for, even above even above exact path and things like that is students creating something new, producing, like Mr. Doherty referenced, producing a project, collaborating together. Those really are those higher levels that we would like to see in the classroom. That's referenced in our digital learning environment. That really is, we are kind of at that discover is kind of that lower level in our DD2 district. DD2 digital learning environment. And now we, want to progress up to those higher levels of use. And certainly not passive use. I think we've mentioned that several times. We shouldn't walk into a classroom and students are just click, I finally got the right answer, and kind of not being active learners throughout that process. And then, of course, focusing on age and developmental appropriate use, that's for age in the classroom as well as it is what their needs are within that classroom. We have some students that just can't sit still for the 10 minutes maybe, and that's not the best way to activate their learning. So ensuring that our teachers are doing what's developmentally best for each of their students and that that's not a one size fits all for everybody in their class. And this will be, to go back to kind of that accountability question, something we're going to monitor. If you remember, we do district school visits every year where we take our whole 30 district office members and visit schools. And we look at everything from facilities and safety to attendance to behavior program, observations in the classroom. So this is something, how we're using Chromebooks. Are we hitting those higher levels? Are we using it in station rotation? So that we can give individual schools some individual feedback for those administrators so that they know how to guide and support their teachers so that we can really support them, whether it's through professional development, model lessons with the ITSs and the content specialists, whatever that is for each specific school. And then we will compile that information at the end of all of our district visits and really look at where are we as a district so that we can build our action plans based on our strengths and needs in that area. That was a lot. Any questions about, did I hit everything? Even if it is, we're still kind of something we'll monitor throughout the year and put a plan in place as we have more information, but I'm gonna make sure I answered all of the questions.
Send us a copy of the curriculum that you had posted on there. I don't think we had that in our.
Excel.
The spreadsheet? Yeah, it's linked. Do you guys have this presentation?
Yeah.
Okay, it's linked in the presentation.
I didn't know if it was.
That's okay. That's all right.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
One question, I don't know, this falls into curriculum or not, but the school libraries and evaluating content. Does that fall into here?
It does.
Can you talk a little bit about where we are with that? Because we've had some things in the past, or some citizens who have expressed concerns about some of the things they've seen in there. What are we doing?
Yep, so I'm gonna, if I misspeak or skip anything, Christy, jump in because we updated this policy a year ago. Anything last year
Probably.
in my brain is, so there are guidelines that the media specialist, and it spells it out in policy based on the materials that they order. And then in the policy, there is a process if they want to appeal any of the materials that are in the media center. And that appeal comes to me. I am the person that is the superintendent's designee for that. And we did last year have one of those go through the process, and we convened the district citizens review committee.
And one thing that I would just add there is that parents have the option to opt out of their students receiving specific books in the library. So if a parent has a specific concern about materials available in the library that they do not want removed from the library, but just don't want their student to have access to, there's a process in board policy as well. And if they reach out to their school administration and the media specialist, they can certainly notate that in the student's file so that that student would not have access to that particular material.
I think that piggyback off what Jim said, and just for the accountability, what are we doing with the selection process on the front end to ensure that it meets the criteria? Because I think that after the fact, like once the book's in there and you have to submit a review, but I do know what is happening to ensure that the criteria of the selection process is being met, like it follows and meets the standards. What is the librarian's process in their material selection that ensures that complies with policy?
So the media specialist uses their judgment when ordering materials, but the policy says that the board is ultimately responsible for the selection or continued use of instructional materials.
I think there's like a bulleted list of criteria in which the selection has to make sure it doesn't, violate, certain things. And I guess like, are they batch selecting books? Do they look at each individual book and go, hey, I think it does not violate this? Like when they're selecting new books to add to the library, the selection, is this, like, do they go through like a checklist or something? I'm just,
Yes, they should.
articulating
Yes,
what I'm trying to get at with.
yes, they should. And so the basic selection criteria.
Just on the front end, because I'd rather
Yes.
us not have to address it on the back.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the expectation. The media specialist does that when they order the materials to ensure that they are in compliance with those bullets. There are many bullets, you are correct.
The one thing that we have run into some issues is book fairs. And so we're doing a better job on book fairs when we look at those titles before they come to the school for book fairs for children to get into. So I know that was one thing that kind of got by us a couple of years ago. And I think we're doing a much better job of making sure, knowing what's going to be in the book fair.
Specialists review those
So
titles.
media specialists will review those titles. They also look at the rankings of what those books look like, whether they're obscene or they're not obscene, on whether or not they allow some of that material to come in. And so they've done a really good job of trying to do that. Now, there are some books that are required by the state for some of, especially our high school kids, that have to read those. And some of them may be on the list, but they're required to read those because those are going to be assessed later on a test in an AP course. And so we have seen that. But again, it's only those students that are taking that AP course.
So I feel like they've done a really good job of it, and
They really
want to
have.
make sure sit consistently on the front end. I think it is possible that things are gonna get past people and you can't know every single thing that's in every book, but on the front end, we're looking at that criteria, making sure, because at the end of the day, it's about being in compliance with state law. It's about ensuring that, we're not violating that on the front end and having to deal with it later on. So
And they do a really good job of collaborating together and making sure they're all on the same page. And so they've done a great job, and I know Katie kind of oversees a lot of that, and they've done a really good job because there's a lot of material coming in, and so they've got to be really cognizant of that.
And I assume that you remind them, because over a period of time, you just become a little more relaxed and you forget.
Part of what they review at the beginning of every year. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just making sure.
And I will say our media specialists are great about knowing the policy and updating when we have new hires, things like
I feel
that.
like they are, and just from speaking off, from my experience with them,
Yeah.
they've been so sweet and so, understanding, they work really hard on that. I think they care a lot. And so just for the public's knowledge, they really
They
do
do.
their job
Absolutely.
seriously. They do a wonderful job, so.
And it's not questioning them, it's more or less because we have some folks out there, apparently they don't have another life. They just sit there, and I am one of those that love to read, but my reading taste may not necessarily be his. But if it's definitely against whatever we have determined should not be there, just a matter of reminding them and letting them know, we love you, we just don't want y'all to have to go before whatever kind of court you're gonna have to go for and defend why this is in here, and then put the district in another position as if we weren't monitoring, and things happen. But just reminding them, thank you.
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
did a great job.
We have a great team. We have a question. That means they're all parts of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Barker. I know we're kind of running a little behind here, so I'll give the mic here to.
That's a lot of technology stuff too.
Okay, those are good questions, good discussion. We have extra time built in. We're good, we're good.
And I feel like we covered some of the technology stuff in there.
No, don't panic, we're good, we're good.
All right, well, my section's not nearly as long as that or in depth. I just wanted to give you guys kind of a 30,000-foot overview of our new safety program. It takes a lot of courage to be at the forefront, be a leader when it comes to things like this. Dorchester 2 is, I believe we're the second district in the state to actually complete the training. I think Greenville County beat us to it. We were in the process with them. We just slowed it down to really make sure we took our time, dotted all of our I's, crossed all of our T's. and answer all the questions that we needed to before we implemented such a big change and such a big program. Very thankful that you guys gave Mr. Doherty the ability to be our security business owner. So I know that's not a thing that he ever thought, or a title we all ever thought that he would have. So congratulations on your new business endeavor. He didn't print it at all. Background check, the whole deal. So he is now qualified to own a security business here in South Carolina. And
I mean, every superintendent should
that,
be.
yeah, when you can clarify, it's not for profit. We're not making any money. We're not renting out our guys to, work bars on King Street or anything like that. So that, yeah, we'll clear that up. So with that, there's gonna be a few new things that will come into play. We're gonna have licensed badged security officers in each one of our high schools. We have several at each of them. I'm very happy with the quality of folks that we have serving our district. Sometimes, and this is one of the things they talk about in training, you think of a security guard as being, just, like a mall cop or something like that. Our guys, we've been very fortunate to be able to handpick and select some very highly qualified, really overqualified individuals to serve in this role. And I think within the school setting, that's particularly important. We want folks that have some experience, have the ability to use good judgment. We have guys that were lieutenants and captains over SRO departments for long times within their respective agencies. We have former federal agents. We have the former director of TSA in the area. We have former technical paramedics. A lot of guys with a lot of experience. So I'm very happy that we have that group of folks to make sure that we can implement this new program with fidelity and do it safely, and that we can have the trust of the public. All of our security officers, we completed the training on July 15th. It was quite a process, but we got everybody through it. Everybody passed everything. And I learned a lot. I took the training as well to make sure I understand what's expected so that I can act in that role when needed and do the things necessary. They had to pass the SLED exams. They had to update and pass their firearms qualifications. They are required every year to renew their certification. So every year they're going to have to undergo more training. They're going to have to undergo firearms qualification, and we're going to have to keep all of those things documented and in place here at the district office. Officers are going to be uniformed. We've had security in our schools. They were a little more kind of incognito. They had security shirts, but they kind of looked like the one that I'm wearing now. It wasn't, super visible that they were security. And they kind of acted in similar to the role that they have now, but they're going to have some increased authority and responsibilities within the school. So they will be armed. Their firearms will be exposed. You don't have to worry too much about that. When you have a holster, there are different retention levels on that holster. This is a level 3. I'm requiring them to have level 3 retention, which means it's very, very difficult to get out. So if they're breaking up a fight or they're involved with something, nobody's just going to be able to get that gun away from them. They are also trained how to physically retain their firearms should somebody start tugging at it. There's a lot of things that you can do to just kind of make sure that it stays where it is. So I'm very confident. Like I said, all these guys are very highly trained. They're all qualified. I know when I was at Quantico with the FBI training, we spent weeks and weeks on firearms retention and things like that. So I'm very comfortable, very, very confident that they are going to be able to do all the things necessary within the school. They are also going to have the ability to handcuff and detain when necessary. So I've spoken with our SRO partners, the agencies that are involved with that. So we have a plan in place. We're not just going to be running around handcuffing kids because they have their hat on in the building or anything like that. But in the event that there's a situation where our police are going to have to make arrests, if there's a fight that involves multiple students, our security officers are trained and qualified to assist the police in handcuffing and detaining for however long the police need that to go on, so they can finish their investigation and then transport those individuals to wherever they need to be transported to. They will also be wearing bulletproof vests. I feel like it's very important that if I'm going to ask them to respond to an active shooter event, should that ever happen, that I give them the protection necessary to do that. I know I've explained to them, I was the first one in on an active shooter situation at Forest High School in Ocala. And there was a Coke delivery guy there. They just happened to be there taking pictures. And everybody had a vest on running into that building except me. So when my wife saw that picture, she was not happy. So I think that making sure that we can answer those questions and confidently give them the tools that they need in order to keep our kids safe, we have to do that. So we'll all get fitted on Wednesday. It does take 3 or 4 months for those to come in, but once they get in, they will be properly protected. The SLED training gives us a lot of protection with, for liability. Should our guys have to intervene in an incident, they've been trained. That training is now documented. We're only going to do the things that SLED has allowed us to do. So it gives us a lot of comfort as a district. And I know, Christy down there, that gives her some comfort, knowing that the training wasn't solely on us. And it's not just our responsibility to update that and maintain it. That SLED has a play in that, and that they've got a program that's been tried and proven that will provide us some legal protection should we have to intervene in something that occurs. And then, like I said on that last thing, they do have the ability to handcuff and detain individuals when necessary. Of course, we're going to work with our local law enforcement and our SROs to make sure that we can work with them to only do the things that we need to do to assist them in their investigation and arrest and those types of things. All right, that's it. Any questions for me?
My question is, we're just for the public's sake too, are we keeping the same amount of SROs and changing anything with our SROs? Is that?
Absolutely. So this security unit is in addition to all of the SROs that we have now. There is not a reality that I can see in which it would be valuable to replace SROs or get rid of SROs. They are extremely valuable partners for us. They do a great job. We have outstanding relationships with all 3 agencies. So these security folks are in addition to the SROs, and they kind of bridge the gap between our administrative team and our SROs. So they're kind of that middle ground where they can also enforce school rules. They can help with investigations as far as securing video footage, making sure that video footage is saved, helping document things for our police. And then they have that knowledge base for the law enforcement side to help them if law enforcement has questions about, something that's going on. So they're kind of that bridge between our admin and our SROs. They fill that gap of what, maybe our admin can't do or what the SROs can't do. They kind of fill that gap for us.
And then what does the coverage look like? Is it one security person per school? Is it one cover multiple schools, rotating? How does that work?
So right now, we have the program just at our high schools. We have 4 officers at Somerville High School, in addition to the 3 SROs. So we have 7 total security folks at Somerville High School. At Ashley Ridge and Fort Dorchester, we have 3 because they're smaller schools. So we have 3 officers, security officers at Fort Dorchester and Ashley Ridge, and we have 2 police officers at Fort Dorchester and Ashley Ridge.
5 at Somerville.
So-
7 at Somerville, 5 at Ashley Ridge and Fort.
Correct.
And Preston, can you kind of talk a little bit about your security with the roles? I know a lot of them will go outside and they will go around the perimeter of the building to ensure that there's not somebody that's not supposed to be there. Can you kind of go over a little bit what the security officer do during the day?
Sure. So yeah, at each school, we have a lead security officer, and he works with the principal to kind of figure out what their area of need is. And they communicate then a plan for how to best protect the school. So you might have, and each school is kind of different because they all have different needs. If you think about Somerville High School and how big and expansive that campus is. And then, Ashley Ridge is a little bit more contained, or Dorchester's kind of in the middle. So you might have one officer that's assigned to the camera room because you have so many camera investigations that are going on on a daily basis that will assist admin with looking at the cameras. You'll have another one that patrols the inside of the building. Over at Somerville High School, you've got a couple of different buildings, so you'll have several patrolling within the confines of the building. And then we have golf carts, so we have an officer, at least one officer outside all times, checking parking lots, going around checking doors to make sure doors are not propped open, or even doors that are maybe the locks might be broken. So they go around, they check doors, they check parking lots. If there's anybody that looks like they're out of area, or maybe somebody that doesn't belong on our campus, they'll address that, try to get that person back to, if it's a student, get them back to class, or if they have early out or something like that, get them off campus. If it's somebody that doesn't belong, they'll make sure that they get them off campus, and if need be, they'll get the police involved to get that person taken care of.
And Preston, do they also do help with Open Gate? Can you kind of go over through that a little
Yeah,
bit?
so they also, we have open gate screening, weapons detection screening in each one of our high schools, and now we have it in our middle schools. So our folks at our high schools, they will actually just run that process for the admin. So we do a lot of random screenings. They'll set them up at various times of the day and just put them in the hallway, and any kid that's, kind of randomly selects themselves by being out of class when they're not supposed to, they'll walk them through the open gate detection. Sometimes they'll draw numbers out of a hat, room numbers, and they'll say, okay, well, today we're going up to room 203, and they'll set the open gates out and they'll pull the class out, have them walk through the open gates. They'll utilize Chester, they'll bring Chester in while they do that, so the kids can leave their backpacks in the room. Chester can go in and sniff the backpacks. They'll walk the kids through the open gates and send them back into the class. Whole process takes 4 or 5 minutes, so it's not a big disruption to the day. Sometimes they'll set them up and just say, all right, every third bus that comes into the parking lot, we're gonna run those kids through. So, and they'll do the same thing on the car rider side. Every 10th kid that comes in, we're gonna walk them through. So the kids never know where they could be or when they might pop up. So it's really a good deterrent, because if you don't know the routine and there is no routine, you can't defeat the routine. So keeping it random and keeping it a surprise, we've really found has been a pretty beneficial deterrent to kind of thwart some of these potential threats.
And Preston, can you talk a little bit? We had all of our administrators, our administrator symposium, and you want to talk a little bit of what kind of refresher you gave all our administrators? I mean, you did some,
Yeah, so
narratives.
I'm a big communication guy. When Mr. Farrell and I sat down and did my evaluation, he's like, hey, what's your biggest strength? So communication. I'm real big on communication. We have the Raptor program on our phones, which, if you don't know, that's how we initiate our protocols. If we have to go on a hold or a lockdown or evacuate, we initiate those protocols. When a protocol is initiated at each school, it sends an alert to all of the leadership here at the district office. And then there's a chat function in there that allows those folks to communicate with us about what the situation is, so that we can make the best determination from our office on what support they need. And if we need to go, whether it's me or the Assistant Director, Jody Williams, or whether it's, Mr. Doherty and the leadership team, whatever they need, we can make that determination from that chat feature and then give them the resources that they need. So we gave them several scenarios at the admin symposium. I think we did 6. Almost all of them, 5 out of the 6 were things that actually, something crazy that happened throughout the school year. One of them was, hey, you got kids on a playground, they're all of a sudden getting sick. It's suspected somebody got into poisonous plants out by the fence, which we all know that. Marcy Brown over at Eagle Nest, she was like, well, I know how to handle that. So we made sure we gave that one to a different school so that they could walk through that. And those are the kinds of things we want to think about, because security and safety, we always think about the worst possible thing, that active shooter scenario. But there are a million things that are much more likely to happen before you get to that kind of thing. So we went through that. Each school was given a scenario, and then they had like 3 minutes. All right, you got 3 minutes to talk with your team. How would you handle this? What would you do? Who would you notify? How would you communicate that? And after 3 minutes was up, we opened it up to the floor. I went by through each school so that they could give me a rundown on the scenario. Okay, is that something you would contact Ms. Passmore and our community relations office for to put out a statement? How are you going to notify parents at home? So we went through all of that to make sure that, if parents needed to be notified, they were going to be notified. If the media needed to be notified, they were going to be notified. If the school board needed to be notified, they were going to get that message, because we know it's important for you guys to, kind of have a heads up on things so you're not blindsided as well. So we went through all of that, and I think, the feedback on that was great. I actually had several folks come up and say, hey, they love that. I think Mr. Doherty loves that each year. And it really kind of gives me a chance to go through those scenarios so that we can just make sure those questions get answered before we get to a problem.
So is this ongoing? I mean, you all, not just this one time at the beginning of the year, this is something you do aggressively throughout the year in order to make sure everybody's alert. Sometimes you've had the training, okay, so now we go back to doing whatever. because I love what I'm hearing about what you're doing there. And then the other one is, so where does RISE fit in this? Since they accommodate middle and high school, do they only have that security person and the SRO?
Great questions. Yes, so, first one, yes, so after each situation, we debrief. So a lot of times, Kenny will say, hey, man, we dropped the ball on that one, we need to make sure we do this next time. So I'll jot down a little note, and we will at, our, principals meetings. So we go over those things at the principals meetings, and I'll, sometimes if need be, I'll throw out a couple more scenarios. We've done it there a couple of times, where I said, all right, let's look at these couple of scenarios and go back over maybe what did we do right, what could we do better, and see what everybody else would have done, because there's times even in these, when all the principals are there, that somebody suggests something, I'm like, oh, wow, I didn't even think of that. So it's always good to get fresh perspectives, and even though I was an assistant principal, it's been a while. I think I left the building in 2015 or 2016, so it's always good for me to hear from principals kind of a better way that they think we could do things. And then as far as RISE goes, we have an SRO and a security person at RISE. They are both there, so we do have two there that serve that school. And they operate the same way that they do at the other three high schools.
And the great thing about Raptor, it doesn't just go to the district leadership. It goes to Jeff Smith, it goes to Steve Shope, it goes to Amanda Sims. So if it's a fire, Jeff is immediately heading that direction. If it's a neighborhood that's been locked down, Steve is jumping on immediately, rerouting buses. So, I mean, the system, and once again, we coach every time something happens. Because, we think we've covered everything, but we haven't, because something new pops up, and me and Preston sit down with the principal, and he sits down with the principal and go over how he responded and how, if we could do better or different things we need to do.
Yeah, so we've even had situations where there was like a gas leak in a neighborhood. We knew we weren't gonna be able to get buses in. So we opened up Raptor, did a team assist that went out to our public information. So she was able to send out to those parents, hey, buses are gonna be delayed. If you wanna come get your student, come pick them up. Otherwise, we don't know when buses will get out. It went to transportation, so the transportation could start making those decisions about, bringing those kids back to the school or what to do when they got there if they hadn't already dismissed. So it's really been a pretty valuable tool for us.
Just to give you an example of what Oprah had a situation. Well, Oprah also houses our buses. So Oprah was locked down. We're like, okay, we can't get our buses out. Bus drivers can't get in. So now Steve's having to think about, okay, now how are we going to roll buses from the Somerville side over? Luckily, in just the nick of time, the buses were allowed to go out. But that's the great thing about this communication piece. And like Preston said, we coach every time. We dissect it and hey, how we did and what we can do. And as we get older, we get more experience. The next time it happens, we feel better.
Yeah, each event gives us something new to build on. So we don't always handle it perfectly. I don't always handle it perfectly, but it has certainly been a valuable tool to help us as we move through each school year.
Any other questions?
No, sounds good. I love it. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Great.
Thank you, Preston. Let's take a 10-minute break here, and we'll come back. How about at 1:35, 12 minutes? Yeah, absolutely. We have Ben Davidson here from Airmark and kind of go over some of the things that we've been doing. He's our new. We got that mic, but you use that mic. So, do I need it? Yes, so our live stream can see it. So again, this is kind of talking about after year one. As you know, we switched providers and went with Airmark this year and kind of talk about the deliverables. What do we see out of that with this contract? What do we see here with the students? And so I'll just turn it over to Ben.
Sure. Thank you for having me today. Really appreciate it. First slide up is just kind of a really, 30,000 foot view of the operations and just some of the growth that we saw in year one. Obviously a lot of breakfast, and then some lunch. Breakfast, as everybody knows, is crucial to these kids to get a good start to their day, fill their bellies up. That might be the first meal they've had since they left school the previous day. So breakfast is extremely important. And we really made efforts to meet the students where they are, whether it was high school, elementary, feeding in the rooms, meeting them at the bus loop, whatever the case was, just trying to get food in their stomach before they got to the classroom. So first slide, just that, kind of like I said, overview. And then some year one update stuff, the Godegas, which were all the talk when I came up and talked to the district about the position, and we quickly launched. Calling back on my previous comment about meeting kids where they are. The Godegas really helped us create a buzz around the food service that we were doing, especially around breakfast and them coming in and seeing this golf cart on steroids with breakfast items and milk and all that kind of stuff. And then pivoting to kind of some a la carte stuff in the high schools at lunch, and we really look to grow that in year two. The principals have been great about whether we use it outside, inside, just kind of working with the staff on site to move it around and all that stuff. So really cool feature and something to put on Instagram and TikTok for the kids. They love that kind of stuff, and it's just a cool photo op, so to speak. We have the DD2 Foundation partnership, which will continue on in year two. Really proud of that partnership and where that's going. A lot of health and wellness programming with our registered dietitian, Natalie Roberts, that we have on staff. She did a great job of going into the schools and doing tastings and samplings of local produce with partnership with Grow Food Carolina, smoothie bike events, health and wellness events after hours at the school, just really trying to educate the younger students, older ones too coming, but really focus on the younger students this year and trying to educate them where they're not so scared of a banana that might have a bruise on it, or an imperfection or imperfect tomato, which actually tastes 10 times better, stuff like that. So really excited about her expanding that program into year two. Cater Tracks was just kind of a one-stop shop for all the catering needs in the districts. Our district chef, Gene Connors, kind of mans that. And, we use that with Ms. Wanda in the board meetings and a lot of the events that take place at the schools. So just kind of an easy user interface system there. And then all the site renovations with the pool calf and rally calf and just kind of dressing the locations up a little bit. So they're a little more appealing to the eye when the kids walk in. And then some of the highlights, the 2,000 meals at Fort Dorchester's Palmetto's Finest, event was a lot. That's a lot of meals to serve outdoors remotely on a very hot spring day. So extremely proud of the team to pull together and pull that off. Student viewpoint survey is something that our marketing team puts together. Kids are really hard to get to, especially with the cell phone bans in schools and get them to take a survey. So this initiative was extremely important to try to get to them with, because their feedback is the most important. I mean, you guys obviously extremely important, but no offense, I'm going to listen to the kids too, right? Because we're feeding them. So the student viewpoint survey, we at this district achieved the highest percentage of any other district in the entire East region. So that's Maine to Florida, basically. So extremely proud of that, but also a testament to the partners with the principals and the administration allowing us to get to them and have them take that survey. And then I believe it was William Reed. Yeah, William Reed's had the highest participation, and we were able to provide them an ice cream event for their efforts. So really cool there. Partnership on the boil water advisory, which was a little bit of a nightmare for you guys, but glad we could leverage some of our partnerships with our purveyors and get all that water on site so the kids didn't have to miss a day in the school. And we were able to pivot with our food production in the kitchens, disposables and cold food and stuff like that, so we weren't, you know, breaking any Department of Ag violations and stuff like that. And then employee appreciation. So this is a big one for me simply because we can't do any of what we do without our team. They are the, unfortunately, sometimes unsung heroes, and it's not a job, you know, people are beating down the door to get in this day and age, because it is a lot of work. So we've really made a huge effort on employee appreciation events. So Team of the Month events where we go to the school with a poster and donuts and bagels and trophies and gold medals. And next year it's gonna be like a big WWE wrestling title belt type of thing that my team kind of came up with. So just having fun with them and recognizing them, getting pictures, and you know, everyone from myself, the entire leadership team shows up in the morning to just kind of say thank you, basically. Had a great holiday party at Somerville High School with some prizes and raffles and food, and then a big appreciation party on the Somerville football field. Brought in a food truck and just brought all our people out, allowed them to bring family members and just celebrate them for, again, what they do on a day-to-day, and let them know it's not, it doesn't go unnoticed. LTO servings for the year was a huge success. We were able to operate and execute every single one of them. This is a monthly initiative. It's kind of a monotony breaker.
LTO.
Limited time offer. So this is a big monotony breaker. It's also a really good way to find out if this item has traction and should get on the menu. We had a couple that were extremely popular, you know, one of the burgers, anytime you use spice, so doing some of the like sriracha rice bowls and stuff like that, just, you know, went over really well. So we'll implement some of those. And then we've got a full new lineup for next year as well that we'll be putting out there. The 100% safety compliance. So this is a big thing that we noticed coming in that was a little bit different. Airmark really focuses on safety and making sure our associates go home in the same condition they came to work. Them losing time to injury is obviously, it affects them in their day-to-day, and it affects the operation of the business. So they all are in shoes for crews, safety shoes. We provide a free pair to all of them. We've got burn guards, goggles, mitts, gloves, everything you can think of from a safety point of view to keep them safe in their operations. So really proud of our team getting that done and compliant. And then the free teacher lunches every Friday. You know, we served over 3,000 faculty and staff a month on average, probably a little bit over that. Records weren't exact because we were allowing folks that maybe didn't sign up to still come and grab a meal, but really cool initiative, and something our kitchen managers in each location worked very hard to get out to the team. So really proud of them for making all that.
So Ben, on that, so
Yep.
you just said that each teacher has to sign up.
Yeah, that is the goal. That is the goal. Yeah, we're working hard. You know, I've talked with the team and kind of putting it on each school's administration and principal to say, look, if we're doing this on Tuesday or Wednesday, you know, the Friday before, we need a list and we need to hold to that list. I don't want to get in a situation where 50 people sign up and 100 come, because then we don't have the food. I also don't want 100 to sign up and 50 to come, because then we're wasting food. So we just want to dial this in a little bit for the waste aspect, quite honestly. The service is important. They should get the service, but we do ask that they sign up for it. So we're just trying to kind of, you know, zero in on that a little bit more this year.
And one other question, you talked about a little bit about that survey, and
Yes.
just high level, what were some of the big points or highlights that you saw from that survey that you thought were good? What were some things you think you can improve upon? You know, I
Yeah.
remember that. So what?
Yeah, some of the stuff is funny because it's stuff that we can't use. You know, it's stuff that doesn't fit into the student nutrition model from whether it's calories, sodium, sugar, whatever the thing is. The things that did surprise me were like the fresh fruit and vegetables thing. A lot of students asking for that. And then a lot of students asking for more diverse culinary stuff. So more ethnic food, more Latin American cuisine, more Asian cuisine, stuff like that. So that's where I think the LTOs have had a big impact, because that's where you tend to see a lot of those things come out for the first time, and a lot of kids responded really well to it. So in the middle schools and high schools especially, we're really ramping those efforts up. And we'll talk about it in the next iteration of our programming. But made to order ramen and miso station coming, next year, stuff like that, so.
And, you kind of touched on that, the one thing that I've kind of heard is a little bit about breakfast, and you talked about fresh fruit.
Yeah.
Which is great that you're gonna provide that and protein. Some of the things I've kind of heard is, we have muffins and we have some things that are kind of a lot of sugar. And so how do you, it may look like from somebody from my lens or a parent's lens that there could be a lot of sugar there. Is there enough protein or provided with fresh fruit or things?
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So this was my biggest obstacle from a learning standpoint coming into student nutrition, just under a year ago from collegiate where there are no restrictions, but our menus are designed very specifically around student nutrition and sodium, sugar, things like that. Like we can't serve, sugary snacks. We can't serve regular Coke and a la carte. It has to be a Coke Zero. We can't serve these heavy sugar things. It has to be a balanced meal. So if our frontline associates are doing their due diligence and making sure that the student is grabbing a complete meal, because that is part of the process as well, it should not be loaded down with sugar or anything like that. So
Can you talk about what a complete meal would look like, what it should include?
yeah, I should have brought, I could have brought a display. We're gonna be going over this tomorrow with our welcome back meeting, but it does have to have, and they just changed it 2 years ago or last year. I think this will be the second year this is implemented, but whole grains can replace protein now, I think on breakfast. So it does have to have whole grain. It does have to have fruit or vegetable. Breakfast of fruit can totally take the place of a vegetable. Fruit juice, if it's a whole juice, can count as that fruit. And then obviously lunch is a little more robust, where breakfast has to have 3 items, lunch has to have 5 items. And you can pull from, like I said, the different categories, but it has to have the fruit or vegetable. It can have milk on it as well. It can, has to have protein, it has to have a whole grain. We can't use certain pastas and things like that because it has to be whole grain. My dietitian is much better versed to talk to this than I am, but yeah, it's very strict around that stuff. So I would have to know specifically.
Oh, no, I didn't have to put you on the spot.
No, it's fine.
Those are some of the things we kind of hear a little bit about, sugar from a parent
Sure.
and, where's the protein at? They may not know.
Yeah.
Everything that goes upon.
Would it be possible to maybe advocate from your side for more of a protein rather than over replacing it with the whole grain?
Yeah.
Because I do think just from a parent perspective, when you see a lot of breads, carbs, sugars,
Sure.
fruits, juices, it tends to feel very carb, sugar heavy versus having a sausage or some sort of
Yeah.
protein in that breakfast, I think would go a long way.
Yeah, we can definitely make that initiative and push towards that. I know with my 2 kids, my youngest would only grab the bread and that stuff and would skip the meat and skip all the other stuff. And as long as it was compliant and they could get through the line, they'd be like, I'm good, but yeah, from our standpoint, absolutely.
I mean, I feel like what you said at the beginning was so true about how breakfast is, it really sets the stage
Yeah.
for the entire day
Yep.
for these kids.
Yep.
So if you don't get that right, and so many of them are eating at school.
Yes.
So I think that would be great.
Correct, and it's a long day, so if they're eating breakfast at 7:30 in the morning and they gotta get through
Yeah.
2 o'clock in the afternoon, that's gonna be tough if we start them off wrong, so
Yes.
yes, 100%. And that's something that Natalie, our dietitian, again, with that first slide, going into the schools and being an educator, because that's what she's great at, and meeting these kids in the class and just kind of talking to them, hopefully that's the stuff that they take with them the next day they go in line and make those choices.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely, yep, but no, it's a great point.
Periodically, I'm Cynthia Powell, but
Yes, ma'am.
periodically I walk through the cafeterias on purpose in order to see what's being served and to kind of talk to the kids.
Sure.
Something they like better this year than they did in previous years. Something they don't.
Mhm.
And there are times when I look at the tray and I can't identify what that is.
Sure.
So when it comes to kids, if it doesn't look right,
Yep.
they won't eat it.
Yep.
And so, do you cook? And I don't know if this is something you do now or it's not. Do y'all actually cook, or is it something that you all heat up and?
It's both. It's both. And and that's another thing we are, so some of the expectations around that before we got here were a lot more lax than what we're accustomed to. So it has been a process. I will fully take that on. It has been a process to get our people to understand everything doesn't have to just be open a box, put it on a tray and put it in the oven. Like we can actually put some stuff together. So that has taken time. It really has. And I totally agree with some of the stuff and the way it's identified, and we can put signage up, and we can do a better job with signage too. And that's where the marketing person that I have now is gone in like full on and overhauling all that. So it's identifying it correctly, it's looking good, and then it's the training piece as well that's on us. But it's been a hard road to hoe, so we're still working on it, you know.
Would you say you're moving more in that direction
Yeah.
towards cooking? and
Yeah, the more
preparing?
we can do, the more, I won't say, yeah, I mean, the more scratch cooking we can do, the more stuff that we start out from the beginning. Say it's a mac and cheese, like, okay, let's cook the pasta, let's add the cheese. Like, let's not just buy a mac and cheese that's frozen and we put it in rethermalizer, microwave, oven, whatever. Like, let's cook it from the beginning. 2 reasons: it tastes better, and then number 2, it's more cost effective. So as a partner, I'm trying to be cognizant of that as well. So those 2 things are the driving factors there. Yeah.
Because if you make if the mac and cheese and they cannot identify the cheese in
Yeah.
there, they just see that lump of, and that's what I see. And so I'm looking at it, trying to figure out what it is. The other thing is, and I don't do a lot, but every so often I'll glance and see what they're talking about. The complaint lately that I've seen is that the high school gets the same proportion of meals as the elementary. And is that true?
No, they should be a little bit more on the high school side.
Well,
Middle school
that's-
middle school and the high school should be closer aligned,
Okay.
and the elementary should be on a slightly different scale.
Well, their whole
So,
complaints,
Okay.
the parent that were complaining is
Yeah,
the
yeah.
fact that their kids are hungry.
Yep,
And some of them have sports right after,
yeah,
so they don't get that opportunity.
yep,
And so just want you to be cognizant of the fact that, make sure that they know that they get at least the correct proportion.
Yep.
And, let me see what the other thing is,
yeah, and while you're thinking, like, that's one of our biggest struggles is the educational piece, and it's the parents too, because a kid's gonna tell you one story, and that's gonna be the story you believe. Like, my child comes home and tells me something happened at school, like, that's what happened at school. A lot of times there is a second side of that story, right?
Yeah.
So, and I've gotten several emails from parents about that story, and why am I getting charged for this? And so we pulled the reports, it's like, well, they did get the free meal, but then they came back up and got either a second meal or a Coke or a they paid for it, but on your account, so. I
but that's
can help you with that.
what some parents did say.
My
Some parents did say that they could.
Right.
I have 17-year-old twins, so I will say, they will eat the free meal and then
And
go
they get a
buy
second
a
one. My
For
son
sure.
does the same thing,
Yeah.
almost every day.
Yes, because he's like, I need more food than that, I need protein.
Yeah,
But then for those that rely on that free meal,
Yes.
because they don't have the money to
Yep.
even buy the extra,
Yep.
I'm just trying to make sure that you're cognizant of
Absolutely.
that.
Yep,
Do we do share tables or any sort of
no,
something,
Why
so?
can't you?
I can look into that, yeah.
I mean, I also know there's kids that bring their own lunch that will go pick up a lunch and give it to kids
Yeah.
who they
Yes.
know don't necessarily, who are hungrier, who aren't full by the lunch. They're like, hey, I'll pick up my lunch, you can have 2. So like it does help some of those kids, but not everybody has that friend or that buddy who's bringing their cold lunch, who's like willing to go
Right,
help them out.
Yeah.
So.
yep, no, that's a great call out, and there has been a couple instances that I've worked with principals about that, and the thing you have to be careful with like the state is obviously that. So we can't use a kid's number that doesn't participate, but if that kid chooses to go up, so that then falls on the school to say, hey, Timmy, can you be that person and go do this? I can't just take Timmy's number, put it in and give a meal to John, you know, like that kind of.
It's stuff and they don't necessarily want it or
And
whatever.
then it's thrown in the trash can.
Which happens with vegetables and a lot. Yep.
Or the banana on the table, so another
Yep.
kid, hey, at least you might not be able to have a second cheeseburger, but you can have like 3 more bananas if you
Yes.
want, you know what I mean?
No, that's a great call out, and we will definitely work more on that. We were brainstorming because the first time I went to one of the high schools and did a walkthrough before I even was on campus, was all the vegetables all over the floor. And like, let's make a place where they can at least drop these off and somebody else can have it.
And some schools in the past, they've had a place where the kids knew to put it
Yeah.
there and other kids could just
I
take
love
it.
it. Yep.
The other thing with the teachers, when I was visiting a school, one of the things they wanted, and I think I may have, Mr. Farrell may have addressed this, but I'm just making sure since you're new. There are teachers that would eat on Fridays, but they also have other duties.
Yeah.
And so they're like me probably. I don't like people to talk over my food. Talk to me when I have my food and there is no covering. So hopefully you all have, making available little containers where they can cover it
Okay.
and go out, go ahead and continue to do whatever it is they have to do, but still eat the food.
And I think some schools are doing that. I'll
Well, it'd be good if all,
double check if all of them can.
at least made it available.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have a question about the Free Friday. Is it just for teachers or is it all staff? All staff.
Okay.
That's what I've never,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yep.
So if I walk through there,
Friday, Friday.
I can check out the food and actually, cause I'll pay, you know, I don't, I will pay for it. But no, well, no, I can, if I'm looking at it, I don't go every Friday, but
Sure.
whenever I go through, I don't mind, like I'm said, hey, I'm paying for this.
Yeah.
Because I wanna know what it tastes like,
Yep.
so that I can talk about it. But anyway, if I know where I'm going, I'll try to call ahead and let them know,
Absolutely.
to add my name to it.
I'd like to continue on the next slide, but then I'm gonna ask you some questions.
Yeah, of course.
I feel like I stopped him for too long.
No, you're fine. Always fine to look back and recap, but obviously our focus is always forward and that's kind of more, what's the plan, right? What's coming? Cooking class and competition, you know, bringing that back, is extremely important to us. It was just something that when I came on in, November, it was just like, everything was just moving at 100 miles an hour and just couldn't really quite get the traction to get it. Chef Jean and Natalie have worked over the summer, looking at some of the stuff that was done here, but also some of the stuff that's being done at other districts in the Aramark portfolio. So got a really, really cool thing to launch this year. Chef has been working and reaching out to the high school's culinary departments as well to try to get them to partner and be involved in this because we think that would be really neat. So really excited about launching that this upcoming year and getting these kids to cook for some of y'all at the board meeting in March is kind of the target, like work with them, up to them, let them, you know, create recipes and all that kind of stuff and acknowledge them.
Is this what level, what grade level is this? Cause we did the elementary, did the competition where we would come and judge. Is this middle and high school or?
This will
do
be
something where-
focused on middle school, this culinary one, but we are working on an elementary school one as well that will be a little less hands-on.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a little bit more hands-on where ideally they're in the kitchen, they're, you know, under supervision, maybe a knife comes out, maybe not, but they're in the oven, they're, you know, doing the stuff to make a meal. Elementary kids is probably a little bit more, we're gonna do it while you coach us, you come up with a recipe idea, let's explore that, you know, those kind of things, more age.
We used to just just for your reference, so you know, you would come and they would be at like Ashley Ridge High School. I know we all events participated, Cynthia and I did every year, where you come and you watch the kids in the kitchen and they would be working on their recipes, they would submit them at school level, and then we would go through and they'd present to us,
Yep.
and it was really neat, cause it was like a cool opportunity for them to work on those social skills,
Yes.
explaining what they were doing, presented to the adult, but also like so many kids that I talked to were like, I wanna be a chef when I grow up now. Like, I didn't know how much I enjoyed this, so it was neat to see
Yeah.
how it like
Absolutely.
sparked that desire in them, and we just, it was like our favorite every year.
Have that competition on each level.
Yeah, it was,
Elementary, middle, and high, maybe alternate years or whatever you might want to do, but I think it's an opportunity for everybody to
Absolutely.
kind of showcase what's
to share with you.
Absolutely.
Really cute.
Yeah.
I loved it. So.
Yep, 100%. And we want more chefs coming out of the school, trust me. And then moving on to sampling, we need to do more sampling. You know, we need, like the LTO that I talked about earlier, the week before that comes out, we want to be sampling that item in the cafeteria. We want to enlist students to be part of these culinary councils and sample them the food and get their feedback and really, really push the engagement piece on sampling and student engagement and all that stuff. So big initiative and the team's been tasked with really pushing that forward. So excited with that. And again, these are the kids that are the peers and they're gonna have the best insight of what everybody wants more than I am, for sure. So really gonna lean into that and into them and that resource. The site renovations continuing with some of the middle schools and some of the elementary schools that we couldn't get to last year. We'll complete that. And then some menu updates like we talked about earlier, some more made to order stations is just the customization is what kids really look for. Nachos, you know, when we rolled those out and made those customized, like that was a huge hit. So just pushing that needle some more with the ramen, in any way that we can. That's what students now really want is that customization piece. And then like I said before, the station identifiers and menus, making those more readily available, so it's not a guessing game. High school is the hardest because that window is so short and so many kids trying to eat at one time. And if they don't know what's what and what's where, it makes it all the more challenging. So really tasking the team with focusing on that, working with the school's IT to get the digital menu boards with the menu on it, stuff like that. So really, really trying to push that needle. Oh, there we go, perfect. So yeah, just talking about the student engagement events. Team was working on a fall fest. A few weeks ago, they had an idea they wanted to try to partner with the district and do like a trunk or treat and have apple bobbing and just kind of more community engagement. So Julie and my marketing manager and Natalie are really, really working on that. Whole milk has been added to approved milk, so we're putting that in. There is a direct correlation with brain development in whole milk, so we feel like in the elementary for sure, we're gonna make sure whole milk is being offered. Chef has tweaked the pizza menu because none of us were happy with what was served on a whole last year. In full disclosure, some of the struggles around pizza, for some that know how the commodities game works in student nutrition, that order is done prior to the year, like well in advance. We didn't do our commodity order for year one. So we had some stuff that we kind of had to use because if you don't use it, there's a chance you could lose it. And it's a significant number. So some of the stuff around Tony's Pizza Squares and some of these things that we had to use would not have been our first choice. We went through them because again, we want to be good stewards of the money that was the resource that's there, but that's not what we're looking for next year. We had our managers back last Friday out at Rawlings and did some training, and that was part of it, was we did a whole pizza station and they redid it. And the feedback from our kitchen managers was much, much improved. So we're excited about tweaking that one and kids love pizza.
Are you making your crust or are you?
We're not currently. We have the bread for sub rolls. We're going back to a proof and bake. So we're gonna make that move first. One thing that we have to consider is equipment and equipment space in each location and what we can and can't do based on that. And the pizza dough just is gonna prove to be way too challenging.
I just know like a lot of like what is like provided through the nutrition ordering, whatever that you utilize tends to be more of that
Whole grain. Yep.
grain, which is fine. I don't know if they have like 100% like whole wheat options for like a crust. That might be a little bit less cardboardy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
no.
it's just tend to not to.
Absolutely, no, absolutely.
It
No, the one that we're bringing in is a 16-inch freezer to oven product, but it does rise, it is much better. And it's also oven space, so we've got to make sure we've got the right ovens working at the right temps to do it and all that stuff. But no, I'm confident it's a step up and we'll continue.
Do you, I know, and I hate to do comparisons, but I was just, such an advocate with the nutrition program before too as well. I know one of the things that we went to that the kids loved that I hear about was the whole muscle chicken.
Yes.
And incorporating that more. I do
Yes.
know, I've heard there was less of that last year, if not non-existent. I think it was there somewhat.
Oh, it was
Okay,
definitely
so I just want to make sure that that's something, they love the spicy chicken fillet, that was something the kids always talked about loving, the walking tacos, I
Yes.
love the
Oh,
idea.
walking tacos,
Yep.
I love that.
Ramen bar, but walking tacos, the sub bars and just the,
Absolutely.
those whole muscle chicken breasts, like those
Yep.
kids loved them. And I know you have to balance that with
We do.
ordering your costs and you have to have so many of, a lot of people don't realize that. So for the public to know too, like there are requirements to purchase so many of the regular ones in
Correct.
addition to that.
Correct.
Without getting into the weeds of it, but I just wanted to make sure that was like an option.
Oh, it definitely was. In fact, at one point, it's contractual as well, like it has to be in there and it most certainly was, and actually a little bit too much for one point where we had to make sure we were, I know, but as you know, we had to make sure we were balancing it out a little bit, but no, that was never taken away.
And then, like you said, you had social media do you have a social media, like,
Yes,
because I know you have a marketing
Yes.
person, so
Yes.
I guess I would love to see it,
Yeah.
follow it,
Yep.
you know.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, Julie is on there, on Instagram and, you know, I'm creeping in on 50, so not my world, but she is amazing at it and owns it and she's posting on there. And yeah, I will definitely make sure we're making sure that's more visible and all that stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And we talked about,
Available to the parents?
yeah, oh yeah.
Said Instagram, okay.
I just would love it, you know, for parents to see, but even like from our perspective, we can't be in the school all the time. Sometimes it's neat to see, like, I know like one time they did a taste test with those chicken sandwiches and you could see all the kids like, I like this is
Correct.
good. Or they made like custom sauces one time and they're
Yep.
like, have a sauce station, try all the sauces. And I could see that as a board member, be like, that's cool, I like that, that's neat. And kind of just follow along with what you guys are doing and how you're progressing. Cause
Absolutely.
it's just cool to see from our perspective as well.
Absolutely. And that's something that I had to change over the person that was in that role, but our most popular and our biggest posting was when we partnered with the foundation on the cookie decorating for Valentine's. And that was a very, very well received initiative. And yeah, just building off of that and just absolutely. Yeah. And I already talked on it a little bit, but yeah, the digital signing, again, just being more clear with what is what and where it is. And then the culinary council, again, talking about that student engagement piece. Working with in each school to form a collection of students from a wide variety demographic, student athlete, you know, they're musician, they're in the arts program, they're a scholar, they're struggling, whatever, just a good mix of people to give feedback on and get their input. And kind of serve them a catered meal and just kind of, again, open forum, round table, no bad ideas, safe space, share what you want to say. Does it taste like, you know what, or is it, what do you want to see? All those kind of things.
I love that idea, because if you get it from the kids that's actually eating it, I think you get a better
Correct.
overall picture.
Yep.
So that's great.
Yes, ma'am. And I think that is all we have.
And thank you. I know we put you on the spot.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
my pleasure.
And again, going back to the slide on participation and stuff, remember, we're still through the CEP program. Kids all get to be free still. So that's part of it.
We're in year 1 of 3.
This is year 2.
Well, this will be, sorry, year 2 starting.
Let's see, is this year
Is
2?
it 3 or 4?
It's year 2?
2 or 4. We got 4
Yeah,
years.
okay,
So 2 more.
yeah, so we completed year 1 is what I meant.
Yes,
We'll
yes,
be
ma'am.
starting year 2 of 4, okay.
Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
Okay, my pleasure. Thanks all. Absolutely. Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Sanka.
Yeah, legend. Ready for you.
All right, I should have. I think it's.
Need you the microphone?
Okay.
You guys have one back?
Thank you.
All right, yeah. ETS technology just operate as a team. I don't know, good or bad, but we get to try to answer questions. One of my concerns was, if something were to come up, I don't want to say, we may still say that, by the way. I'll find out and come back to you. It's a good thing, because if you don't know how the answer, of course, you do that. But I try to cover that by allowing the people who actually function more directly address and talk to you about some of what we do. And so, Colin, let's go ahead and get started here. Just so the way I want to start, did you skip a slide? Oh, there should be a slide before.
That was about the Freeman.
Delete business. All right, so, well, there was a slide really at the end. Maybe it's still there, maybe it went in a different direction. Yeah, I don't see it, I don't see it.
There it is.
Oh, is the next one, is the next one,
Is
yeah,
it-
that one, that one.
Just click.
Yeah, so maybe I flipped it, I don't know, but anyway, the reason I wanted to start that with that slide is really just to kind of summarize what kind of is philosophy, if you will, but a motto. And I was talking about that, and I know that I've mentioned it to my team several times, but they say that I've never said it. So, so here we are. The whole idea is ETS operates as a system where the data, the information that you need is always available. We want to make sure that what our clients need is always available. And also we want to make sure that it's secure before we let people touch it, which means you cannot touch it until we let you, right? Because if we don't do that, then anyone can have access to DD2 data, and we don't want that. So it's always available, it's secured, and guess what? It's accessible. So if it's not, then we're in trouble. It should really not exist. That's not true. All right, so let me just go back. Okay, all right. So the one thing I wanted to make sure we, and especially for those of people who are new to DD2 board, and were not here when the technology department, or as we want to call it, the educational technology department was brought back in. One of the things that we did, and that was part of what my philosophy is about how an educational technology department should function. It actually has three arms. It's not just fixing computers, it's not just making things work. That's one of the things we do, and we do that very well. We make things work, we operate systems that actually are supposed to function. But also we have two educational pieces. One is instructional technology. Because one of the things that if you look at the design, especially like in universities where our students are being trained, there's a department called instructional technologies. Actually, usually it's a department in some universities. The idea is there's this new thing that we have with computers that have been around for quite a while. How do we get these computers, and we asked the question earlier on, how do we get these computers to actually be used the way that they would improve students' achievement and learning in the classroom? That's a special kind of skill that instructional technology goes through to be prepared for so that they can function as our school districts or classrooms. And so we have instructional technology in our department. And also we have, and this is something that people always question, why data analytics? And again, going back to the question that Mr. Lee asked earlier on, how do we know the things that we have actually working? Now, data analytics is more than that, right? They test our students, they assess our students, they give us feedback as to how we're going to function as a school district. We have each child, not all the children, yes, all, but each one of them. So we're targeting children as individuals. How do we do that? Well, data analytics, after looking at each student's score, how they perform in different tests, we can help individual students. But when we ask the question, why then is Johnny not doing well? Those are pieces that I think we need somebody, some group that will be able to answer that. And I know I've mentioned that to Fad already, that we're going to start working on something like that. He keeps telling me he doesn't have enough people, but that's okay. The board is here, they can listen to you. All right, so.
Right, use it right.
He's teaching me. All right, so let's look at just talking about the way the department again is set up. We are a system. This is the digital ecosystem. If you had listened to most of the presentations before, whether it was Kelly talking or security, you hear a little bit of technology being brought into each of those discussions. Technology touches everything, whether it's the bus driver, whether it's the security guy, whether it is food services. They want boards that will display the meals. Somebody has to do that. We help with those kinds of services. Or the teacher in the classroom, or the administrator in the office. We touch virtually everybody who works in the district. In fact, because of the way the technology runs in our society, there's no system, there's no company, there's no school that will function without a functional technology or educational, in our case, educational technology unit. But how you manage that, how you work with that is actually the challenge, right? You want to make sure you have the services available, you have the right people who are supposed to help you through the process. And so when you look at that image, yeah, actually, this is something that Katie, her team, and ETS worked on this a couple of years ago, I think, and came up with this as the Dorchester School District Digital Ecosystem. Kind of summarizes what the digital ecosystem is. It encompasses everything that we do. It touches everything. Now, so again, what do we do at ETS? We do a little bit of everything technology. So, I think we were talking, in fact, as late as this morning, we were talking about how many hardware devices do we actually touch on any given day. Guesstimate, we have a record for some of them they just exist and we know they're there, but they are not on our record necessarily. We're looking at anywhere between 200,000 plus different devices that we touch. And that may not be very impressive until you start thinking about how many people we have that actually work on these things. And then when you look at tickets, last year, I just pulled the numbers from last week, last year. Last year, we received about 36,000 tickets. Now, these tickets are not necessarily, oh, my computer is broken or something. Some of them might be, oh, I have an issue in my classroom, I need an ITS to come help me. So there are all kinds of variety of tickets that we get. But they were total about 36,000. You divide it by 190 days that we work with our students, that's about 192 tickets a day. Now, there's something I'm not still saying, and I'll say that a little bit. Digital tools, we have about 270 of them. That's a little bit, to be honest, a little bit too much. We're working closely with CNI to make sure that we kind of manage that. It's very difficult. In fact, those of you who were here when I first started would remember me saying this, that I need your help. Board members, that is. And the reason I said I needed your help was because oftentimes we get requests from teachers. Right? They want this, this is the silver bullet that will solve all the problems that I have in my math class. If you give me this, my students will be geniuses by the time they graduate, right? And then we go through, and after we look at it, and Katie's group look at it, and they're like, no, we don't, because we have something here. And then they may come to you, and they're like, oh, ETS and CNI, they don't love me, they're haters and stuff like that. So I said, help us, because we don't hate them. In fact, we love this school as much as they do. And we're just trying to do the best for the school district. But we still have, I think we still have too many applications started that we need to address. We have the digital learning environment, and Dave will talk about that in a little bit, just kind of give you an idea of what that means and what that does for the school district. We have the cybersecurity defense posture that we operate, and that is really one of the biggest things. When I left IA to come to K-12, my main focus, very focused at that point, was e-learning. And that was prior to COVID. Because that was my specialty, I was going to build systems that would, whatever. After COVID, and as we started looking at, and before coming here, we realized that school districts are more vulnerable to attacks. In fact, through last year, we were attacked more than any industry in the world. Education was just targeted because we're very simple, easy target to get to. So to create a posture that will really stand and be resilient enough, withstand a lot of attacks. And by the way, I know Tom is not here, but if Tom's, Tom will not let me even touch some people. Like, we can't do that. We can't touch them. We can't, he wants to block everything. And I go like, Tom, when you do that, we'll not be able to work. But anyway, trying to defend the school district, that's one of the things that we do, cybersecurity.
And touching on cybersecurity, and Tina, you could probably help me a little bit. We are part of SCISBIT, and I think we are part of that, which helps us if we were under attack. We are kind of, I would say, insured. Am I right?
Yes.
Where there are some districts aren't part of that. I think we're one of, a few districts in the state that are part of SCISBIT. You have to do certain things to qualify for it. And so Isti and his team have done a really good job of making sure we qualify for that because, it can be very expensive if we are taken over or have a cyber attack, where we have done certain things to be able to qualify to be part of that. Am I right, Tina, on that?
Yes.
So anything else to add on that, Is
No, only that, again, like you said, we had to do a lot of work in the back end, because they don't just give you that, you have to work for it, you have to prove that you have these things in place. And by the way, oftentimes when people ask me, what are you doing, I say, well, it's none of their business, no, just joking. Because I mean, it's like, do I want to tell everybody where all my logs are in the house, or, where you can get access to? No, I'm not going to. I don't want to give you ideas either, so. But yes, we had to do a lot of back-end work, and thanks to Tom, actually, he has led us in that work very well.
And talking about Tom, he's not here, but if you ever go over there sometime, watch, Tom is always looking, so nobody's entered the house, as they would say, So we don't have a back door that's open, and that's why ISD, when we talk with curriculum instruction, we're very cognizant of what programs we use, because they have to be secure. And so they're at the house, and is there somebody getting in, and they are just looking at programs, and then they'll call and say, hey, we've got this, but we caught it early. And he's done a lot of phishing campaigns with a lot of our staff to get them, and I've been phished. I got phished once, and so I opened it and I shouldn't open it, and so but again, they have done a really good job of his team trying to keep us safe. So now she got a golden fish.
I got a fish
You can start
certificate,
so they-
Swedish fish and
So they were
golden.
giving Swedish fish out there the right way.
I mean.
I did not get it. I felt
Question.
All those tickets that are open, are we seeing things like repetitively, not necessarily like repetitively for the same staff member, but like things that are like more easy fixes? Is there like a question and answer page that they might be able to help themselves instead of like, I don't want to say it, but like
Yes.
waste y'all's time?
You want to respond to that?
We actually added that this year. Colin's in the room. He's one of our technicians. He's our OTOP 1-to-1 plus guru. And he actually saw that and was like, hey, we can add this component. I know, Colin, do you want to say anything about that piece?
We definitely have those features available. We also have the tech book, which is on our district website that teachers can go to as well, and has a lot of resources, such as videos on how to use the IFP, how to set up your Power School Grade book, things like that. And it just has a lot of great guides available for our staff.
Thank you. So hopefully. we'll
No,
see-
I don't need the book, I need your phone number.
Because he's a quick ticket then too. So sometimes people will put the ticket in and then try to do some of the research while they're waiting. And sometimes when we get there, it is resolved and, by the time. But, when you do the math on that, even if it was 200 per school per day, when you have 27 locations, it's a huge number and it's still a lot to keep up with, but it's, manageable. But yes, we do offer that.
Thank you.
So who can put in a ticket? Students can't put tickets in, right? Only
Students can.
students can put a ticket in too, so anyone really can have a device.
Put one in for their friends. So maybe you're sitting next to them. And so they can do that. They can select the person. It'll show me that Deb put a ticket in for me because my computer wasn't working.
Gotcha.
And so, but I know, it already knows who to follow up with. If you're at that school, we even have it detailed enough so it doesn't waste anyone's time. If you are the expert in Power School, it's going directly to the technician who's going to be a person on Power School. So it has a team of people. So people used to say to us, who do I contact? Who do I go to for this? Like, you don't need to worry about that. You let us worry about that part. You just pick the program you have and we're gonna get it to the right person. So it's really grown and evolved and become a more efficient process.
All right, assessment and testing, that's the area that, when you go through the state, that's a big thing because, and Thad again will talk a little bit about that.
And just to talk,
biggest.
Yeah, and let me talk about that, that is part of the TAR board, that's the elite group of testing coordinators that get together, and they have they talk to pretty much the state of South Carolina about testing, how things go on, so he has done a great job of trying to troubleshoot things that he sees in some of our programs. He troubleshoots things when we see some things, some testing I can't pronounce it, but irregularities, thank you. And he does a really good job of trying to make sure that he sees this. And our principals are really attuned to really asking that, hey, what's my report card gonna look like? And he's got it down probably by 0.5%, or he's right on. And so they're always asking that, what is this? And right now we did have an issue with some students at the middle school where they actually get tickets. And so they had to take the math portion. And so the math portion is into two parts. The first part requires no calculator, and you had to have a ticket. The second part required you to you can use a calculator. Well, somehow they took it out of order. And we only had, I want to say, 6 students. There were other districts that had 60, 80, and those. And so superintendents got together on a call. Thad was there with me, and we went through it. By the end of the day, we had 2 of ours were already corrected. The state's trying to go back in. Are they going to count those? But Thad is really right there with all those decision makers and trying to make things better when we go through that testing, he and his team. And so we didn't have any testing violations as far as this year compared to last year. You know, last year we had a couple issues with some cell phones, but we didn't have any of that this year. Your team has done a great job on that. And so, you know, there's a lot goes into that. And he and his team do a really good job working with principals about how to really look at your data. And then they take that data, they put up a plan, and how am I gonna get better when I drill down on that data? How can I get more kids for growth and achievement? And he is, they're leveraging Thad more and more. I know Katie in their department, he kind of laps over, it goes into curriculum instruction too. He's kind of pulled both ways, but they have done a great job with that, so I had to throw that out there.
No, that's good, because Thad actually has worked very hard. I don't know if it is because he just want to be good, or maybe because he was tired of dealing with the State Department. Because when there's a test violation, you have no idea how much time it takes. You know, and he'll show me some of the emails he's writing, some of the letters he's writing. And those people, I don't think they can read English. I need to teach them something. Because he will write something so clearly, and yet they would be, anyway. But testing violations has got like deep dive company, it's really very fun stuff. Student information system, that's our Power School, and that's a system that we have, obviously, that holds all our data, student data. And I tell you, the reason I pull that in, because again, Thad will probably touch on that, but it's because that's a major thing for us. Anything that touches that, they're in trouble. But the state is working with us where data now is being shared between us and the state. And again, that will kind of probably touch on that. Network infrastructure, that has been, okay, so I brought that in specifically to kind of address some of what we found 3 years ago. I know, Mr. Lee, we talked to you about some of this, but you know, when you look at what the district had, nobody's fault, because there's no oversight in terms of replacing devices, switches, servers, renewing licenses, and those things are not, these are not cheap stuff. Okay, they're enterprise stuff that we're dealing with, right? And so, you know, we tried as much as possible first year to do a lot of work to make sure that our infrastructure is reliable so that our data will be available. Okay, so, you know, that whole concept. And I really honestly, very, very, very proud of my engineering team. DD2 engineering team, I can put them against anybody, honestly, in this country. Okay, they work like no one else. One of the things I was telling them at the end of last year, and what I appreciate the most, they collaborate. Each one of them has his or her specialty, right? So they know what they're doing, but they don't work as individuals. So always problems, we look for process issues, we solve it. We're never satisfied with the issues always come in. So network infrastructure, will touch on that a little bit by just saying, and by the way, so let me, like this slide, you guys can read. Okay, I'm going to skip this slide. I don't need you to talk about slides that have 2 small text on it, so you can read that, some of what we have done. And you'll notice, you know, within the network itself, within the cybersecurity, instructional technology and assessment and data analytics, some of what we've done. This is really, really just touching on the surface of what ETS has done. And so, right, so, and from here, I'm just going to give this guy to talk, but when you talk about the infrastructure that we have, and you look at the service that we provided it to, remember the 200,000 plus hardware that we have, the software, and you're talking about how many tickets we're getting. If you were to take the number of students that we have in DD2 and divide by the number of ETS staff, that includes me, includes all these people here, everybody, we're like 39 of us. Divide by 31,000 people. Guess what you get? About 780 per person. Now, I'm not saying that to say anything, but to suggest to you that we are more than any enterprise. We're really an enterprise here. And we have a skeleton of people that we work with to be able to accomplish the things that we do. For that reason, there's some things that some deliberate measures that we took, especially in the area of security, cybersecurity. And I'm not going to go into too much details on this. Because right now, the greatest threat that we have in the cyber part is actually people attacking us using AI. AI is so fast, there's no human being that can compete to stop it. The only way you can fight AI is by using AI. That's the only way you can do it. Well, DD2, we do not have the capacity, at least not yet, to develop our own agents. Tom has developed some that he used just to scan the web for some stuff. But we don't have that capacity, so we had to get partners to work with us. And they are working with AI in the back end. And that's why when Tom or Nick is looking, sometimes they're looking at results, they're seeing some things sent to us. We make decisions. They tell us if it's serious, we tell them if it's this level of seriousness, shut that machine down. So we can shut each machine that creates a problem on our network. So when your machine goes dead dark, we chose to put it that way. Not because we don't like it, it's just because your machine is doing that. Just because the machine is doing something we don't like and it's going to really create problems for our systems. So we have those kinds of things that we put in place to help our people actually do their jobs. Like I said, this industry at this time of our history as a nation, as a global family, we're dealing with some things that honestly, 5 years ago, I wouldn't even have thought of in terms of cyber defense and all cyber attacks. But your cybersecurity team, your network security team, they're working hard to make sure that this is done well. And I'm very proud of what they're doing. All right. Shirley, would you talk to us a little bit about the systems in relation to the hardware?
Okay, so you can take a look at the slide here and don't need to necessarily read these numbers to you, but we do store all of these in our one-to-one management system called One-to-One Plus. It's our asset management system. So we keep up with everything, whether we give devices to students or to staff. We're talking about cell phones, office phones, really everything down to the mouse that you have on your desk and what we need to reorder on an annual basis and so on. Are there any questions about this particular slide or anything about assets, generally speaking?
One thing just to point out, a few years ago, we were gonna go just to Microsoft. And then we noticed with some of our teachers, when you're looking at industry standard like graphic and design, we went back to some of the iPads. So we do have iPads, we do have some other devices that we do own. So we're not just all Microsoft through that area. So, because one thing we saw when we were doing that migration with Chromebooks, not everything was created equal with some of those. And so we were able to get the devices, what we thought, what were industry standard with some of our CTE and some of our high school staff. And I think that will manage it.
Just to follow up on that, since you mentioned it, thanks for sharing. So yeah, so Chromebooks, all of our students can access Microsoft, right? So that's pretty standard. At 365, they have access to all those things, but you're absolutely right. What we needed in our high school labs were a little bit more for especially our game design, for all of our CTE courses. So when you say, well, you've got about 30,000 kids, that you should have 30,000 Chromebooks, you always need 5% more for loss, damage, that sort of thing when they're out for repair at each of your locations. But then in addition to that, we probably have at least 6 or 7 labs per high school that are on top of the line. I mean, these are some powerful workstations. I don't even have this kind of workstation. That's how nice these are. So they're pretty legit. And that covers our CTE. And then we have Emmy who's on board with us. One of our needs previously when we spoke were Apple devices and getting some Mac labs and exposing our students to a variety of different types of platforms. And so we have Emmy now. And so we have at least 2 Mac labs in each of our schools. And when you look at iPads, it seems like a lot. We're like, where are these things? And so we do use them for our 3-year-olds and our 4-year-olds, but it is K-12 standard as Chromebooks and also special education. So we have about 600 students who are in the 4K program, and then we have the 3K. So you're like, where are you getting 2,000 from? But when you talk about psychologists and our speech folks, they use them for special testing resources that they use with their students. So it starts to add up very quickly when you get to some of these products. All of the cell phones that we issue for everyone, whether you're an SRO, an athletic director, it's not just principals anymore. So we're talking about, 300-400 just Apple device cell phones that we manage within our district. So, and then of course, we just swapped out all of our office phones, or making sure that every teacher, safe, secure, has that phone that is mounted in their office, brand new phones throughout. We just switched over to a new calling system. I don't know if that's in the slide, but that's kind of exciting with WebEx. And that lets our staff, whether you're at home or not, especially our office staff, those people in this room, those who have important calls coming into their offices, they'll be able to, wherever they want to on their WebEx app, be able to answer those calls. So that's pretty important for our staff, our principals on those e-learning days or any of those days when those calls are coming in, phones go down, something happens.
Just to add to that, I usually, I don't like, anyway, one of the things that this principals are not, we have not set that up yet, is, let's say this e-learning day, and staff, you go home. I don't think I'll let you, but anybody else. You can take literally you can take your desk phone home. If you connect it to the internet, when somebody calls that number, it will ring at your house. Now, whether I want to do that or not, capability is there. When somebody leaves a message on your voicemail, sends you an email with transcribed message plus the audio file. So you get that through email. So you really have access. We're trying to make sure that we do not limit access for our people. If you are not here, you cannot give an excuse that you didn't get the message. At least, but anyways.
That's good, but then I believe you're having some downtime now.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
That's major.
Yeah, but this is like for e-learning and times when you're actually supposed to be in the office, right? So technically you're in the office.
Okay, all right. I thought you just meant anytime, because I
No.
tell y'all, don't.
Typically, IT and downtime can go together. Two quick questions. So I want to make sure I understood. Basically, you have 31,000 users that y'all support. If I understood correctly, 39 people. Okay, does that include you?
Yes.
Okay, how many actual people that do the work of ETS? You're running the show and you're over top of all that. The reason is, just doing a quick math, that's about almost 800 end users per person. From an industry standpoint, that's pretty darn good, okay? Based on what I'm seeing and all the other things and where this district is from an overall maturity standpoint when it comes to technology, that's insane, okay? I would not expect to see those kinds of numbers. So your people must be doing a fantastic job, but I would suggest that we take a look at that, because you're right, the vulnerabilities in the data that we're dealing with and the systems that you have, they are the number one target for a reason. They're usually easy targets, okay? Because most districts have not invested as they need to. Secondly, with regard to, you go back one screen there. So the platform you're using there for asset management, is that being used from a financial asset management standpoint, or does that contain a configuration management database that if you are exploiting that to the degree you can, that can take care of a whole lot of problems? But I'm going to guess, just by the sheer numbers you have, that we're probably not at this point.
You're speaking of one-to-one plus this particular, so this particular application is really just asset management for technology. We do put financial cost in there. It doesn't let you do some of those things. It's mostly our ticket system and our asset management keeper. But it's funny you asked that, should I?
Go ahead.
Right, so we have been using this, but there are limitations. And so what would I wish it could do? I wish that it could tell me when things are up for renewal. I wish it could tell me I need to order 200 more monitors because they're going to be out of warranty. And unless I run that report specifically myself or my team, we don't know that. And so that'll, same thing to go with software renewals. I wish I knew when you're dealing with hundreds of them, which ones are exactly up for renewal, so I make sure I'm on time. So there's a application out there called Learn Platform. which actually allows you to do that. The state has been providing all districts access to this platform, and it does many things that we currently have in multiple programs. It consolidates everything into a single one. So Learn Platform in this particular case lets us put software, hardware information, and really manage the renewal process and that. And it gives us other information that would help the ads department. There's connections you can do to the software that you have. I was listening earlier, kind of help you with that return on investment. What is the value that you're getting for investing into this hardware, investing into your software, what are you getting back? Now, of course, there's some points that were made. It's hard to tell when we have so many things that impact. But this particular program, its purpose is really to help you see that. So we've already started to develop that with Learn Platform and get our information, our data into the system so that we can start looking at it and using it in that way. And it picks up on some of those missing pieces that we've been having in some of the other applications that we use at no cost to us.
You said, so the state's providing that? So you said?
They have been providing it, yes.
But I'm such a skeptic in the state. So I honestly, I've been the one kind of delaying, we're like, okay, what if they drop it next week? How much is it going to cost me, right? Because they do that all the time.
Right, you're skeptical
They go
that
like,
they're buying on it, but then they're gonna say, okay, yeah.
Yeah, but you know, when we look at what it can do, honestly.
That'd be easier.
We need to do it, so that's.
Do you know if they have a long-term plan to fund it?
The state doesn't.
People
If I understand while you're at it, I'll try not to be too snarky, and I love everything you guys are doing. I looked through all your slides, I appreciate what you're doing. We could have a conversation for a day and a half, and I'd buy lunch. But, yeah, you say the state's providing this platform for access.
They would say that.
You're right to be skeptical.
We're on their third year. We have the cost though, if we decided it was worth it. Our thought was, let's put the time and energy in while we're not paying for it and to determine if there's value before we do that.
Would it replace, it would replace multiple things that you said.
It would give us a lot of added value and some things that we use that really are good at no cost anyway. There's another program by the State Department that's called One Ed Tech. It lets us put every software in. That's what you all use, where you go into Schoology, go to the Square, and you can see every software application that we have.
Yeah.
That's where the I wish comes in. Like, I don't pay for anything for that, state pays for it, but I wish I could give you a special view so you knew what the cost component was. But maybe students don't need to see that. I wish their view was a little different. So it's all the I wish that this, whenever we saw this product, we were like, my dreams have come true, if that makes sense. So it's things we have, it's not huge expenses, but it is time, efficiency, and you know, that's important when it comes to.
One more comment, and then I'll shut up. I'm gonna take off my tech hat, put my finance hat on, and I know you don't mean it this way, but there ain't no free lunch. Okay, we as a district are not directly paying for it, but I would argue, you could make an argument that we as a district are not getting the student reimbursements that we should be getting because the State Department and the state is paying for all this stuff, and I would love to know exactly what they're paying for this. And anyway, so, but I appreciate that, and thank you for answering my questions.
All right, just, you know, again, for the sake of time, this is something that you have seen before. It's just really the process for software. Somebody's going to. This is really the process that we follow, the procedure for software application and approval process. Again, like I said, I think you've already seen this before. We make sure that, you know, the principal, you know, is the person who actually submit the request. This new program is actually going to create a different workflow so that they don't even have to fill a form and send it to us by email stuff. It's really just a workflow where the person makes the request, the moment you make the request, it goes straight to the principal looks at it, and if we need for it to go to another group, I mean, we can create that workflow, so, you know, it's just automatic, so there's no real waiting time until it comes to like cybersecurity and curriculum for true approval as to whether we want it. So that's why the Learn Platform really is going to be quite a game changer for us. I'm afraid that be enough space for it one day. But that's still okay, it's a good program. Okay, and again, we already mentioned the one day tech, that is going to be where you kind of get, you're going to see what's approved, what's not approved. This is the software that we use. It's good. I mean, it really serves purpose when it was, but I think moving to the Learn platform is going to be much better. Somebody said to me, well, why are you not putting the image for Learn platform? And I said, I've not adopted it yet. Once it's implemented, then I will put it out there and then it will be easy to implemented program.
And one thing to add on that is they talk regularly with our curriculum department, because what will happen is a teacher will want to do a certain program, and then they will look on the back end to see if it's safe. Then your curriculum department will look on, does it hit the state standards? Are we using another program? Will it do the same thing? So we're trying not to duplicate things. I know when we first did this process, I think we got rid of over 100 and some programs, because we started going to this process and streamlining this. So they have done a phenomenal job of making sure we're doing our due diligence on this. Now, sometimes there's some pain and growth with some teachers, because like, hey, I got the free version, this is great. And then they want the other version, and then we have to look in the back end. And so some of these questions would come up at a teacher forum, and we have to tell them, say, listen, there's a process, we go through it, we have to vet it out. And sometimes we have to say no. We want to give teachers everything they want, but sometimes we have to say no. And so, but again, this is a great process, and we've really come a long way. I said, a number of programs we've gotten rid of, so.
More to come. Or more to go.
Yeah, I was about to say, we keep doing that too.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so this is data analytics, and Fad, give us that overview.
I think the board is more familiar already with assessments, but we basically handle the things in the interest of time. We can go on to the next slide. Sure. Some of the things maybe we're not so familiar with, you used to hear me talk about presentations, with my trucks and graphs and all that stuff, but there's a lot more that we actually do. We do a lot of onboarding and training for all of our new platforms that we have. That's we have a navigator, teacher navigator, student Snowflake, and these are all the things that basically the short of it is that bad data in, bad data out. We've got 26 schools, we've got 26 sysops who are constantly entering things. So our department, we monitor, we audit, we check, we train. And we do everything with that data imaginable. We enter it, we store it, we send it. There's a whole, what they call an edify processing with the state, where we are constantly updating their new ODS, which is their operating system, which is Snowflake. We're constantly writing SQL to go into Snowflake and make sure that, I always use the dealing with the water department analogy, is it broken on your side of the meter or my side? I was very thrilled. I have an absolute fantastic team, and I understand we have about 800,000 line items dealing with this recent report card, of which the state gave us a chance to audit just part of that. And we found 62 line item errors. But all 62 items, those were on their side of the meter. We didn't have a single line item mistake on our side. And again, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of data points. And so this is an increased, this isn't a dual advertisement, it is an increased burden because the state just recently moved us over. So this report card is the first time that we're being judged on data pulled out of this new ODS, out of Snowflake.
This is the statewide Snowflake.
And it is wonderful, it is robust, it will do wonderful things, but it is a massive learning curve and also a massive demand, particularly this summer, next summer, as we do system verify, check everything. The next phase will be in August when we have to verify what we call the numerator. So we now know who's all in our denominator, meaning who will be judged by. But now, if I'm a student, I have to go and judge and make sure that if I passed SAT, it says so. If I did not pass ACT, it says so. And we have to do it for every data point, for every student on the report card. So you're talking 9 indicators on the report card. Some students are involved with 5 or 6 of them. We have to literally verify every single thing. So that is a massive bench pressing that our department is doing. We're also increasing our use of Tableau software, which is helping people see things, to visualize the data, explore the data, and kind of like, and then they can see, for me, the important part is seeing trend. It's trend data, it's not just static stuff. The another advantage of the new products that we'll have is that I always use Tableau as like an autopsy, which is important. But this new stuff that we're gonna have is live data. So they'll be able to see what's happening out in, nature, as things are going. So wind changes, population change, whatever. And basically, we're having a huge expansion of the data processing and analytics. So we're branching out where we can into other departments to be able to help them. And the big thing here is this increased integration, data sharing. We help every time you have an app, every time we talk about things, we talk about Panorama. It's, everybody loves to buy these products, and then we're the last people told that because we get to populate them, right? Well, Jonathan can tell you about that. He could complain far more than I can. That he has to get on board with all the people at Jonathan and his companies and figure out, hey, how are we getting this information to you and processing that and uploading, because they want our student test data and demographics and all these things that we have to regulate. Tom tells us no, and we have to figure out how to do it. And so Jonathan works with us like it is key to get all those programs what they need, and it's all for this Divide now. So yeah, it's an important lift, and so I'm just fortunate to have the opportunity to talk to you a little bit more about just all the pretty charts and report cards all the time, because there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes to make all that happen, and I am very, very proud of what our sysops and our tech people do to make all that happen.
And that's one other thing, our sysops, we've had some turnover, our sysops, that's at the building level, and they're the ones that put the data in. And so we've had a lot of turnover with some of them, and some of them, I think Tina's sold a few here at the office here, in the district office too, and then some have left. And so.
CISOP people, it would be financial
secretaries. Right. So
CISOPs have come over here to be in different positions.
Yeah, different positions. So, but anyway, there's a lot of data that gets entered in, and so they are constantly training those people when they come on board, because if they enter the wrong data, then.
Affects our money or funding.
Yeah, it can affect a lot of our funding. So we appreciate what Thad and his team do. So it's very, very, very important work.
Yeah, we believe this, thing that we call as garbage in, garbage out. But when you have too many people, too many shifts, there's that chance. But that is really, we try to make sure that they understand how to enter that data, because one little mistake, one little period at the wrong place can change a lot of things in the database.
So I guess, is there a way to train, even if they're not working in that position presently, is there a way to automatically have a group in waiting in case, just for them to get that training, and then they aren't like neophytes, even though they are, but they at least come in with some knowledge after,
We will
since it's so sensitive.
typically look to our receptionists, attendance clerks, people who are already somewhat familiar with the PowerSchool platform.
Okay.
But again, this is definitely an area where it's evolving a lot faster than other areas. And the skill set, there's a reason why Volvo, Boeing, and USC cherry pick our sysops, because they bring a very unique set of skills to the table. It's also different. I understand what you're saying, and I would love to be able to cross-train more, but when those attendance clerks and receptionists are already slammed, if I'm that person, how interested am I in learning something that I may potentially right? I get what you're saying, but just so you know, we do sort of have a farm league in those people. Like at our high school with the registrars. So we do where we can. We do encourage sharing of those responsibilities. But again, it's a catch-22, because you cannot have too many cooks in the kitchen.
Right.
You need, and those sysops they are held at such a high standard that they don't necessarily want anybody else touching their stuff, because they're gonna live and die by that sword, and they know that. So
I guess, I've known about this since often, but I've never, ever kind of connected them to being in such a major role
Yes,
in
they-
how they.
They don't understand like, the EFA, they don't understand coding. They could really, like, we did an audit that, just a year or two ago, of just making sure that correct data in, correct data out, because if they don't, there's a lot of buttons you have to press for us to get the full funding, that we do. So it's.
Is PowerSchool the principal platform?
Yes. Now with just if you want to nerd out on that for a second, the whole idea of the whole Snowflake Stadium is that it will make the state less dependent on PowerSchool. Meaning we are encouraging additional competition of other companies that could come in, and as long as they're EdProd proficient, right, they can work within that system. We could potentially, because right now PowerSchool kind of holds us hostage. So it's a long-term fight, right? But hopefully in 5-6 years, South Carolina could be saying, hey, districts, you're open to, other companies that can do other things for us. So hopefully it'll drive the price of PowerSchool back down.
Maybe a poor comparison, but think of medical coding. There is an entire profession and certification that goes along with people who all they do is code medical records so that the insurance can be processed. Similar parallel, but part of the problem is garbage in and garbage out. Systems that people are using don't afford or manage that data. It's dependent upon an individual with domain knowledge and whatnot that they're probably not our highest paid employees either. Right? It's just reality.
Well, I have a greater respect for them now that I've heard all of this. Sorry, I need to bring them a box of donut or something.
Deb, you want to talk to us a little bit about the instructional technology?
Technology, I was just saying, we have the board goals here, we highlighted in green where the ITS team can help and instructional technology can help do those. It's something that we're probably most proud of right now is the digital literacy focus. And the board goal is referred to as digital citizenship, but now the term being changed just recently this year, it's going to be called digital literacy. And working with the CNI team has been fabulous because since they have a great partner curriculum, they are able to embed some of these digital citizenship lessons, digital literacy lessons into the curriculum. So just a big super thanks to Jessica Farnsworth for helping with that in the elementary level and Beth Fiorito at the middle school level. So we are able to roll that out for the first time this year. In the high school, we will be having curriculum in September from Common Sense Media, and we'll be working with the administrators from high school this year and plan to roll that out in 2027. So that's kind of the new there related to the board goal. Next thing, provide onboarding training in 18 sessions this summer, and it's not just technology onboarding. We've also have encompassed accessibility training, training with AI, all of the new platforms that are coming. So it's not just how to use your device. It's some of the programs and how to use some of the programs as well. And a big part of that is Schoology and having our teachers prepared to use Schoology. Digital learning environment. Again, we are doing amazing. We are meeting our goal. For last year, we met our goal of our rating for the first time ever. We're still plugging away at helping our students to discover, create, and connect, be critical thinkers, collaborate, communicate in the digital space appropriately. We've narrowed down the tools that teachers and students can use, and you can see that in the Discover, Create, and Connect, just to keep it simplified. So when a teacher calls, like last week, we'd like to have gaming. And we have gaming. I use this in my old school. We can direct them to this list here that we already do have. So when a new teacher comes in and wants a different program, we can share with them what we do have that is related to the program they're looking at and then provide PD for them.
Do you have like a zoomed in version of that to review at a later time?
Yes.
I'm like, I can't read it on there again.
Some copies.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you.
And this is just, this is
Schoology Success Continuum. It was a 5-year plan when we first came in 2022. And we are seeing that we're having very good success by 2027. We hope that all students are fully engaged in high quality. Some things that we are specifically improving in Schoology would be the discussions. Discussions is a way students can communicate in that digital space, teaching them how to communicate in that digital space and the virtual lessons as well. And then ultimately that our teachers will be a Schoology innovator by 2027. This, do you want me to speak on this, Dr. Sandra? So this is a little bit, this is where it's messy. We had about 350 different software, websites, educational tools that were being used, that were repetitive. I was just telling Shelley, this kind of reminded me of like cleaning out your refrigerator. We just need the basics, the bread, milk, eggs, butter. But you've got somebody who's gluten-free, so you gotta throw that in. You've got, all these things in your refrigerator that you're needing. And it kind of felt like this, we needed to clean out and streamline the resources that we're having so that we can have quality over quantity. So this is just an example here. There are tabs at the bottom and you can click on this and get into it. But in the review application list, we involve anyone involved with curriculum that would be special services, fine arts, gifted and talented, definitely the elementary, middle school, high school. There are about 18 people that took part in streamlining these resources, what we really need, what we don't need, and then they put notes on the side. So from that, we took that list and put it into our new class link as of last year. So we're only putting in the pieces that we need. So that was just an example of our workflow of how we were streamlining the resources. Give me a 270, we would still like to narrow that down more.
All right, this next, that's you, that's you.
Okay, and this would be the Dorchester District 2 e-learning for this year. We are set and ready. Our goals and objectives, and if you click on each of the grade level guidelines, you'll see the expectations for each grade level. That's updated and ready to go. So we will have an e-learning day next week. We are ready.
We've learned to be ready early.
Yes. We learned the hard way, right? All right, so to be honest, I really am not going to spend too much time on this slide. I know you may be interested, just take a look at it, I'll tell you what it is. The major things that I want to focus on is the fact that we have renewal of some of our devices. We have to replace some of our devices. The major ones, first one on the list right now, I kind of, played around with that, trying to figure out if I can buy more time. I really can't, is the IFPs. So
An IFP is
IFPs.
What is an IFP? I understand.
Stop it. Interactive. Go ahead.
I was helping.
Interactive platform.
That.
That, yeah, that.
Interactive, flash,
So
panel.
if you look at that, and that's. Yes, that's a big ticketed item, and I can tell you now, I'm still thinking, okay, this is something that I have to kind of make some decisions. If I replace all of them this year, it's going to cost us close to $7 million. That is if I replace the entire system. And if I do that, I'll start with secondary school, middle high, this semester, and the next semester I'll replace the ones for elementary school. However, I have the option to not do that, to just replace elementary high and suspend the other one. The only problem is, in my math, when you look at that, the next set, it will be about $3 million, a little bit over $3 million will then fall into the time when we're replacing something else, and we'll still go back to the 6 million. So I'm really more geared toward we'll be replacing those this year. Now, next year, instead of replacing the high school, secondary school Chromebooks, I'm choosing not to do that. We are choosing, I keep saying but it's a discussion we've had. We're choosing not to do that. Instead, now keep in mind, our warranty ends at the end of the school year. It's a 4-year warranty when we bought them. We are figuring out that the Chromebooks are still doing okay. We asked the company that fixes them, that we send them for warranty services. They give us a number, they did some analysis. We can easily extend the warranty. Right now, they're giving us only 1 year. but we think we can put their arms to give us 2 years. If I can buy 2 more years on those, that will really save us money. Well, we still have to buy them, right? But at least it will temporarily suspend any large spending. That will cost us, if we do that, it will only cost us about just under $1 million to extend the warranty. That's about $56 per device. And then the following year, then if they give us 2 years, we repeat the same thing before it changes. Now, for the elementary systems, we do the same thing, 2027, 28, or 28, 29, then we start theirs as well. So there's 1 year, we stagger it with 1 year. That way we're suspending, which means we'll not replace any device, any student device, until about 3 years from now. Actually, yeah, 3 years from now. That will kind of put us in a position where we can plan for other things. Because I tell you, we have a lot of things in ETS that we still haven't touched. And this is not from something that just happened, it's from history, the devices that we're supposed to change. One thing that we're doing very, very vigorously, we're trying to reduce the ports that we have, port reduction that we have in the schools. What that will do, it will allow us to reduce the number of switches that we have in the school. That will save the district money, but that's a lot of work that we have to put. So, thanks to our techs, actually, they're helping us with that. If you notice also, we have for this year, we're replacing 1,000 access points around the district. There are 10 schools that are involved, including Ashley Ridge. Now, if you remember Ashley Ridge, a few years ago, we tried to fix that problem. It was like $1.2 million, we couldn't afford it. But we've been able to manage, we've been able to do some little skill stuff to make it better. So now we are adding another 100 access points at Ashley Ridge. And then 900 will go to 10 different schools. Where did we get that money from? That was the E-rate. We got that from E-rate. It costs about $2.3 million, I believe. Now, then we have to match 20%. The district has to cover 20% of that, which is roughly about $461,000. But you know what? That's really a big bargain for us to be able to get those access points in all those schools. Next year, we intend to increase and address some of the issues. Now, these access points that we're replacing, they're end of life. We have no choice. I mean, if we did not have E-rate, I don't know what we would do. Because basically, we have no support for them anyway. It's not like we just chose one, they're old, we have to replace it. No, they're end of life. There's nothing we can do. So we're looking at the rest that we have. And I think some of them will be 2028 end of life, and so we'll work towards that end. I guess what this sheet is just giving you is, I just kind of figured and pulled out the big ticketed items that we spend money, and show you how our thinking is in terms of replacing and or upgrading some of the systems. So take a look at it. If you have questions, obviously we'll be able to answer questions. And then lastly, I know we're and lastly, I think I talked a little bit about AI. Again, if you read this, we set up a task force to address the issue of AI, to look at AI. And Mr. Lee, I was really excited because I was really kind of not sure how to address this issue. But when you refer to the fact that some companies actually are taking almost a 180 about AI, that is true. I can bring articles to show you how companies that thought AI is going to solve their problems, now they're going backward and we're like, what did we just do? And they're rethinking. Now they're rethinking, they're not abandoning, they're rethinking. So after the AI task force brought their report, in fact, the ITS is involved, look at me and they go like, we really shouldn't go with this right now. We don't, and I'm like, okay. So I started investigating and looking more closely at what we were doing. Now, the partner that they had chosen as a group would be Magic School. It would have cost us, well, it would cost us if we go with them, $190,000. When I saw that figure, honestly, I just sat down and I said, unless somebody can show me clearly that this would impact student achievement, personally, if this was my money, I wouldn't make it. I want to do is I want to find out what is this thing going to do for us. I want to find out to get more information, and I think it was you and at the cabinet meeting. We deal with the instructional model, and you go like, yeah, we have to suspend our school. And that kind of made me feel okay, that we can go through a process and get to a point where we go like, we don't have clear vision as to how it goes here. So I know, from the board here, I know some of you really were looking forward to getting something. We're not stopping, I'm not saying we're abandoning it. But we want to suspend the implementation or the adoption of a specific platform until such a time that we can, from our, from ITSs, when they give us feedback, we will do more work knowing what's going to give our students the best work for their done. Now, I'll tell you this too, just for, openness here. When I wrote to Magic School and told them, we're suspending their adoption for right now, they wrote a letter back and offered to give us the first year for free if we were to sign a 3-year contract. That refers to us as a 33% discount. I still that wasn't the major reason. The major reason is I still don't know if we do what it's supposed to, what we are hoping that it will do for us. So I just want you to know that again, if you have questions about it, I can answer your questions. I'll try to explain why this is how I feel at this point. And that actually, I kind of keep saying that, but really it's a teamwork. We talk about it, we look at it, and we have Copilot right now, Microsoft Copilot, which is free. Well, it's not really free. We pay for Microsoft product. So it's part of that package, right? So technically we're not paid, we don't have to pay extra for it. And so what we're thinking is developing some AI agents, or agentic AIs, that we can help our teachers, we work with the teachers to come up with something until temporarily to go on until we kind of figure out where we really belong. I was kind of disappointed at the end, but I'm not, because I really would rather have a good answer, a solution that will work for us, rather than just throw $190,000 and I mean. That's what I have.
What's that amount you gave us initially? Millions? How many millions?
Some million for the.
If we replace.
Yeah, to replace the boards like that, yes.
And how much was that, how many?
About $7 million.
So we'll have to ask for board approval whenever.
Yeah, when it comes to that, yeah.
Percent funding request and at the end of August, we'll be bringing, but we won't have $7 million.
I don't know, you'll tell.
We'll have to stage it a little bit.
Did I
We don't have 7 million this fall.
Did I understand correctly, this list is not comprehensive?
No, it's not, yeah.
Okay.
No, I picked up, yeah, I picked the major, heavy dollar things.
This is just one of the reasons why I also think consideration of technology use and the one-to-one, I know it's not a popular opinion, I don't care, is you have to look at the cost benefit for students and for like literal costs as well. I mean, that's a lot of money and it's not even comprehensive. So as an underfunded district, I think it's something we have to take into consideration long-term. If it's.
Well, you have to find a balance, technology.
We don't have funding to be a one-to-one district.
I don't
That's the
see an
reality.
increase in usage, but we do have to work with what we have.
When we were moving to a one-to-one district, we went to the county and asked for millage increase of our debt.
And it was a denied.
We got it.
That was, when you said when we went to it, so that was in 2020?
Yes. So we did get the increase. We got 5 mills 1 year, then we got 5 mills the next year.
But does that cover the refreshes?
Yes, we have to just stage them though, but yes, it does. We just have to stage it. We have money put aside every 8%.
So specifically, that millage increase was solely for technology? But what is that total cost, I guess, and what impact could that have on other areas such as teacher pay and all that, like wages, things as well?
So 8%. I mean, that's out of our debt
Oh,
millage.
you said millage increase, okay.
Debt millage, sorry. Some of the stuff on this, I mean, it doesn't, like, you still need to replace those even if you weren't. One to one.
Yeah, I mean, like, that sort of thing you would.
The stuff on this sheet has even nothing to do with what.
Right.
Yeah, some of this
The
stuff.
system.
Yes.
I mean, if you have to come here and be able to access the internet, that's what those.
Right.
things.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the one-to-one has to do more.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Classroom instructional stuff.
We have technology
Like this
in for 100%. Yes, no, I got it. To replace flat panels and to replace student advisors.
We've got prioritized facilities.
You just have to stagger.
Right?
7 million, I'm sorry. Crazy.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Alright.
Thank you, Steve. And the one thing I do want to point out, it's very evident that you can see that the curriculum department and the technology department talk to each other. Otherwise, we would not be able where we're at, especially with some of the programs. And so, there's other districts that I've seen, they're all siloed. And they're very good about making sure they're talking with curriculum instruction and making sure, we're hitting everything that we need to do and we're on the same page. So they've done a great job.
We don't often see you all, so we want to say right now, thank you. I'm feeling somewhat.
In awe.
Yes, that all this is going on. It's like being, that underground tunnel and all we know is the stuff is happening above, but we don't know what's happening below that. So thank you so much for all of your work, and I look at you through different lenses. I appreciated you before, but I really appreciate you now.
All right, so if y'all want, we can take another quick break until 3:30, and then we'll come back and do our training. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then, so if we.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Clap if you hear my voice. No.
What do I think my password? I think I need it. I won't say it for live stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, all right, are we back yet? We are?
Okay.
All right, so we are gonna talk a little bit now about our transition from Board Docs to Assembly. For those of you who are not aware, Board Docs as a program was ending, and we were required to transition to another program run by the same company called Diligent. Ms. Thomas and I started some of their training. We did not immediately find it to be as intuitive as we had hoped. And so we looked for some other options. We had some suggestions from some of the conferences that the board has attended, some people that they had spoken to. And so we did some test runs with a couple of groups and ultimately decided on Assembly and shared that information with the board as well. So we are now transitioning from Board Docs to Assembly. Assembly is based out of Georgia. They have a lot of school districts there. They are moving into the South Carolina market. So I believe they have 2 other districts in South Carolina, Pickens and Rock Hill, if you want to go and explore what their websites look like. But we are going to talk through today what our website looks like. I'm going to give some information about how the public can use the website if they have questions, and then just make sure that each of you as board members have been able to log in and access the information that you need. So thank you, Colin, for pulling this up. If you are looking for this information on our website, you're going to go to the main district website. You're going to click on District and then Board of Trustees. This is the same place where you went previously for Board Docs information. Because we have an upcoming meeting, you do get the pop-up there, which you can just click on straight through the pop-up. But if you're looking for it at a time when we don't have the pop-up, once you get to the Board of Trustees page, you can click on either Board Agenda and Minutes up there at the top, or there's a sidebar that also says Access Minutes, Agendas, and More. So you can click either of those places to get to the Assembly website, which you'll see here. And we have just updated that with a picture of our school board and the upcoming meeting for the 26-27 school year of the regular board meetings. We are working on the visual. It is shockingly difficult to manage that part.
Very much bothers.
Yeah, it bothers me too. We spent several hours on it on Thursday and then decided that we were just going to have to move on with our lives.
It does look a little.
We will continue to work on that. So when you are on this page here, there are a couple ways that you can access the meeting list. One is through that red link there that says Meeting Agenda and Minutes. The other is on the right-hand side under Links. You can access it through Meeting Agenda and Minutes, or if you click on Meetings up at the top right-hand. Either of those will allow you to access our meeting agendas, which you can see here. They've pulled up what that will look like. So we have our 2 meetings today here. This is the first time using Assembly. So you can see the summer board retreat and then the regular board meeting. Once these meetings have minutes, after the next board meeting, those minutes will show up simultaneously right there where you see the minutes column. You'll be able to click on it directly. So that is a nice change from Board Docs. Previously in Board Docs, you had to go ahead a meeting to see the minutes. So now they will be aligned directly with the meeting that they coordinate with. So those will be available. Minutes do not actually become minutes until they're voted on by the board at the following board meeting. So once those become minutes, they'll be available there.
So we can pull up prior meetings right here on the same page?
In the future, you will be able to, yes, you will be able to see every meeting that has been scheduled on Assembly. But I appreciate you mentioning that, Ms. Powell, because we did skip over on the main Board of Trustee page. We did put a notice there up at the top about our transition because we did not move over all of the documents from Board Docs to Assembly from our previous meetings on Board Docs. We have all that information available to the public if you want it. And so we have linked Ms. Thomas's email there, and you can email if anybody from the public needs any information from a previous meeting before the transition to Assembly. So thank you for that reminder.
That won't be publicly accessible?
We can make it publicly accessible if we need to, but Right now, it would be by request. The law requires that it's available for inspection and review at the district office, and so that's what we have. We could also just send it electronically if that's what someone wants. We had some difficulty obtaining it from Board Docs in a format that was useful to transition it to Simply. And so it was really a cost saving measure to not try to convert all that information and upload it into Simply. But certainly if that is something that is important, we can do that. So once we move forward in Simply, though, as you pointed out, Ms. Powell, you will be able to see every meeting that we have had and then the coordinating documents and minutes right here on this page. And so, thank you. If you click on any particular meeting, you'll actually see the QR code up there at the top. You can use that. You can scan it with your phone, and that way you can see the agenda on your phone while you're here at the meeting. If you didn't bring your laptop with you, that's available for the public as well. And then you can see the agenda itself. You'll see the primary categories there with the orange line to the left, and then the subcategories with the blue line. And then if something is an action item, if you could scroll down, Colin, to one of the, for example, student enrollment recommendations. That is an action item for the board at each meeting. And so you can click on that and you will see there that it's indicated as an action item. And you will see the district's recommended motion for the board. Certainly board members are able to make a different motion if they wish. They're not tied to that. That's just the recommendation. And so each item will be indicated whether or not it is an action item. And then if it has publicly available content attached to it, you would see that here as well as a little paper clip, and you would be able to see that information. So
How do you click on that? 'Cause I can't.
It loads it right there and then you gotta click on it.
Yes,
And they
so-
slide.
this is,
You don't have a sweet little like,
what do you mean?
I think you click the thing and then it opens it up.
Yeah, so yours is going to look different in your program because are you logged in? That's why you can't
Oh, I'm
see it
not
right
logged
now. Yeah, so, yeah, sorry, we didn't
Is
get.
this still my same password?
You had to set a new password when you,
You did?
she emailed us.
You're good. Just type your email and then it will send you a new.
That's
link to
probably
set.
why.
It's okay. So we are, I did just want to kind of give a general public overview, but that's really all. If anybody has questions as a member of the public of what you're seeing, I'm happy to try to answer those. If not, then I can talk through specifically as board members, some of the features and what you all will see. So when you are logged in,
When it has the paper clips, that's where I can click on in order to pull that out.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, gotcha.
But you do have to make sure that you're logged in, because as a board member, you may be seeing confidential. So for example, student enrollment recommendations are not public information because they're student records. So those are indicated as confidential. So when you're logged in, you will see those, but as a public member viewing it, you would not see it. Okay? Any other questions about that? And I think now everybody has been able to log in to your own program. If you cannot, I'm happy to assist you with that. We do have the ability to reset your password for you if you need to. You can also use the forgot your password link. If you would like Ms. Thomas and I to be able to log you in before meetings, as we have done in the past, then please just leave your password the same. If you want to log yourself in, you are more than welcome to change your password and then log yourself in before each meeting. It's just that Ms. Thomas and I would not be able to do that if you've changed your password from what we know it to be. So any other questions about your specific access to it? A couple other things that I just want to note really quickly. Oh, I can tell you what it was said.
The one right there.
It's not that one.
It's not that one.
It's that one.
That's what mine was.
Thought it was that too, I can't remember.
So mine was that.
Yours was.
I just wanted to know why Ashley
Not-
was the favorite, because her photo's up there.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna tell you why.
Working on it.
Wait, where's that?
To tell you what, because as we are learning, we have had, one of the things that we love about Simply is that they have had wonderful trainers who have helped Ms. Thomas and I so very much. And one of the things that she did was to help us start to set up our website. And she put Ashley in as like a first tester person for us. And so she attached the photo and the rest of the board members, she left for us to practice on, and we got you uploaded, but we have not yet uploaded. Dr. Jackson, they're coming.
I said, Ashley, did you do that yourself? She said,
No. No. Your pictures will be coming. It was just that our very kind trainer set Dr. Wimberly up directly and included the picture. So we will work on that as we go along. Okay, just a couple other things that I wanted to note, since everybody will be able to log in and access it. There is a feature in here called sticky notes. I do not believe that you're gonna be able to see it on the public view, but as a logged in member, you will have a little yellow thing that looks like a Post-it note, basically. You can use that to take notes for yourself. You can use that for reminders, questions you want to ask during board meetings, et cetera, and be able to see it. I know Mr. Lee had accessed it and said he was happy about that feature. One caution that I do want to give is that while you are the only person who sees that internally, were our board minutes to ever be used as part of discovery in a lawsuit or something like that, those notes would be included. So please just be aware of that as you write those notes. One other thing that I wanted to mention, specifically, I know Mr. Lee, you travel a good bit. There is an international access form on here. So Assembly does not typically allow you to access it internationally. However, when you are logged in, there is a little question mark up in the far right, and it says international request, and you can put in your information, tell it which countries you're going to, and they will approve you for international access. So if you were going to be out of the country and need to see your Assembly, I hope if you're on vacation, you're not doing that. But if you're working, maybe you are. So,
Is California involved?
Basically.
those are all of the notes that I had about Assembly. I'm more than happy to walk individual members through it, or if you think that there's anything from a public perspective that I did not touch on, I'm happy to do so, but hopefully.
Are we still voting electronically and it's still popping up the same way? Are we gonna?
So it should look very similar, yes, thank you
Can
for
we do
that.
like a sample of that or no?
I don't know that we can do it without, let's see, I do believe we can do that in the sample meeting, yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, because where's this right here that just popped
I was
up?
gonna say,
Voting open.
I saw a sample meeting, so I wasn't sure if there we could do like a take action, like test.
My
Yes.
vote has been recorded.
Let me see here.
Determine how you want to do it. That's not.
All of you voted, 7 of 7 have been recorded.
That was, we have taken some time playing with it. If anyone can see the sample meeting, it is not a real meeting, it is just a practice.
Does it have my votes?
It's just.
We were just playing around with it a bit, but. Let me see if I can. Sure. No, I think it would be useful for you all to see what it looks
Like if I
like.
accidentally vote wrong, I know the other one had like a little pop-up, was like, change vote.
Yes.
Not that that's ever happened, but it's nice to know.
Interesting.
If the finger hits the wrong thing, it's.
You could just.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see, if everyone is logged in, I'm going to try to send you a request for a,
Should we into the what meeting? Into the sample meeting?
yes, I'm not sure that you have to be logged into a meeting. I think it may just, send you a request. I'm not sure.
That's random.
All right, see if you see a pop-up on your screen.
Oh, I do, yay. Ooh, I can recuse myself. I have a new option.
And so then you should be able to select, I actually don't know what it looks like.
I didn't get it.
Oh, you didn't get it? Maybe you do.
Like that.
Were you all logged into the sample meeting?
No.
No.
And so I don't have an option to change my vote once I make it though.
And then
Don't mess
tonight,
So you can.
I
Yeah.
If you wanted to change your vote, Ms. Thomas or whoever is taking minutes that night can change it for you.
no, will your chair allow that?
There is also, I can try to restart voting, so I think if there was confusion or we needed to restart, you can actually clear all votes and restart.
Okay.
I'm totally.
Do over.
But I am more than happy to suggest that to Assembly that they
Tell them.
add an individual member change vote.
It was like during, in board docs, like if you voted, it would like a red pop-up would pop up in the corner and it would be like, change vote, like for like 5 seconds. If you accidentally clicked the wrong thing.
Sure.
It gave you like a quick like, oh crap, I clicked the wrong, not that I've ever needed it, but it's good to know, like, you wouldn't have to make a whole like Wanda, can you please actually, you can catch yourself if you.
Sure, yes, I will definitely suggest that to them until they make that adjustment. You can always just ask the person doing the minutes, running the computer to change your vote for you. And then there will be a pop-up from this, so once everyone is voted, I'm just gonna mark you all as.
You get a pop.
But I got it that other time.
I'm in the sample
I'm
meeting.
not that worried about that.
I mean, it should pop up automatically, so if it's not, we will definitely look into that.
I just don't wanna get to our meeting tonight and be like, none of us knew how.
And then there should be a share results, so hopefully.
Voting results.
Yeah, so now everybody should see.
Gosh, James.
Then Lee said no.
So then everyone should be able to see what the results were, and that will be projected on the main screen so that the viewing public would also be able to see what the voting results were. And then, of course, the board chair would make the final call on that based on.
So if I'm away, like if I wanted to call in, am I have to do something different here?
If the board chair is so inclined to let you participate virtually and do that, then you could do it from somewhere else.
To regular-
If you were ill or something like that, yeah.
Just the regular way.
I've done that where like in board docs, they let you do that too, where if like the vote pops up just the same at home.
Oh, okay.
And
See,
like I can vote while, like I can hear like she can have me on the phone, but I can click it myself. It will still pop up and.
You would have to call in so that, because part of the requirement is just that you can interact with the meeting, that you can hear and participate, but you would be able to call in and then you could vote from home the same way that you would.
And the video is delayed, which is really annoying, because like, so you'd have to call in anyway, so if you tried to watch live stream, like it's behind. So like, we would have already voted on something by the time you see it. So.
I plan to be here, but I'm just wondering.
Watching it on live.
It's
It's a good question that you can do that.
Okay.
Stuff comes up.
And then, of course, as we have always done after a meeting, information that was confidential prior to the meeting, prior to the board's vote, would be moved to public if that is appropriate for it. So then when the public clicks on the regular board meeting agenda, they would be able to see that in the content, just like you all do now from your confidential perspective. Are there any other questions? It is certainly a learning curve for all of us, and we definitely request some grace as we navigate our way, particularly through the meeting tonight. It will be the first time, as you see, it's a little bit hard to run too many practices because all of it, in order to run a practice, you have to have a publicly facing meeting, and so that's a little odd. So we have played a little bit in the sample meeting, but certainly appreciate your grace as we make the transition. But we do hope that once we fully, find our way through it, that it is very user friendly, it's intuitive, and I think that will be a good option for the district. It is less in terms of cost than Board Docs was. It does have a lot of other features that once we learn how to master the board meeting, we might carry over to things like our principals meetings, et cetera. It can be used in a lot of different ways. So we will certainly look at that. One thing that I do want to mention is just that I had a lot of questions about our board policies. A lot of people seem to think that our policies were navigated through Board Docs, but they are actually not. They are navigated through MicroScribe. And so you'll just see a link here, just like there used to be. There's also just a regular link on the Board of Trustee page.
I felt like the policies did go through Board Docs for some reason too.
A lot of people seem to think that.
I think it looked like that, maybe, or something.
So those links are still just there on the Board of Trustee page, and you should be able to click directly to those without having to go through Assembly or Board Docs, obviously.
Did it funnel through Board Docs when we use it now? Huh. I don't know why.
It is the same way where there was a link that said like access Board Docs or access Board.
Saying that it always did, but yeah.
Yeah.
So far, I like it.
Excellent. I'm glad. I hope that everybody grows to like it. It is certainly a learning curve, but like I said, their support has been really great. We've done a good number of calls with them, and our support person kindly shared her cell phone number in case we have any major catastrophes. So we have liked it so far, and I have hopes that it will be a good fit for the district. So.
Well done.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I will add, Christine, I went downstairs and I pinned Google Chrome to your taskbar and Simply is already bookmarked, so. Thank you.
I just want to say that I think you microphone's been off the whole time and you guys have been letting me talk and hold this microphone. It's not on the entire time. I didn't notice how long it has been on. I was just like, what is that off?
No, you sound very loud and clear to us.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, why is she talking to that microphone?
Any other questions? Thoughts?
It's just, it's fun. It's just fun holiday.
Okay.
Good job, thank you, Chris.
Great. 18.
Thank you all. Thanks for your grace on this as we move forward on this.
But you know, the whole day has been good.
Well, good. I hope so.
You know, a lot of good things.
We're talking about stuff.
Schedule.
We're right on
We're right on time.
Right on time. All right.
Technically 5 minutes.
The last thing is our board goal review, so we have plenty of good time to go.
Yeah, and the big thing on the board goals, I think, was some of the superintendent's evaluation. I think many of you got some of those board goals in there. And again, you see the 6 areas: growth and achievement, future planning, safety and security. You heard about safety and security today, recruitment and retention, engagement, comprehensive financial planning. So those are all our board goals. And so just wanted to kind of, if you look at those and we can kind of go through those pillars and.
Evergreen.
I was thinking of going,
Evergreen.
I like it.
Evergreen? Okay.
whatever, I still don't quite understand what that really means, but.
Just continue what we're doing. So you can see this, those are the areas that we had, and when you're looking at, growth and achievement, so we won't have, monitor instructional framework to increase academic achievement. So we're just getting through that, instructional framework that was being done this past year. And they're still working on that. Increased students meeting grade level expectations, math and reading. We should hopefully know some more information. Scores are still embargoed right now. So once we get those scores out and ready to release those, we can bring that data in and kind of see where we're at. Improved digital learning environment ratings, you heard about that. We've increased that, so that's been a big positive. Increased graduation rate, again, that'll be part of the information's been embargoed, so I'm right here under growth and achievement. Increased college and career readiness, that's also part of the school report card, especially for all of our schools. And then you go down to future planning.
All right, wait, before we move on, so Chad, so y'all wanna take it like.
I wanna do that.
Yeah, let's just kind of
For anything
discuss,
else?
yes, right, exactly,
Like
what.
what we feel about them, if we need to add, remove.
Correct, right,
Yes.
exactly, yes. So, and this is just open discussion, so everyone feel free to chime in your thoughts. I mean, obviously, these are not winter goals, we all know that, so, but that does not mean, hey, or necessary changes, additions, takeaway, whatever we think,
I mean, I felt pretty good about the growth and achievement ones for student academic. It's growth and achievement's not funny, but it's academic.
Was there anything else you didn't think of?
And this kind of goes more into a goal more for you, like a sub goal, and I know we try not to get into the weeds with that, but I would say maybe some of what we were talking about with monitoring instructional technology usage would be under the digital learning, oh my gosh, digital learning environment, maybe, what is that rating? You go.
Yeah, what that rating is basically how many times are we using technology to actually produce something, while they're in the classroom. Are they not using it? Are people not being used? We heard some conversation in here about, everything is kind of in moderation.
Yeah.
And so what happened was we weren't leveraging this. We had, everybody thought basically our learning management system used to be Microsoft Teams, and that is not a learning management system.
Yeah.
And so we've moved away from that. We're finally using Schoology to the way it needs to be used, especially when you're talking about e-learning. And so this is why we actually approved ELE, and that's actually part in our Cognia. So that's what you're talking about when we're getting evaluated by our that group there. So that's why it's actually in our plan. So we really couldn't take that out.
Okay, no, I know what you're saying now.
So good question. Trying to think let's come back to that, Kelly, what you were talking.
I was trying to
maybe
think where it
figure
would
out-
make sense.
Yeah, where do we put it at? So.
Well, it's staying within the first column.
Yeah.
Okay. None of these goals are complete,
Correct.
right? Are there any other goals that we feel have arisen that we would say, you know what? Increased graduation rate, that is part of our overall picture of things. We'll replace that with something else relative to growth and achievement. I'm not suggesting we do. I'm just saying, you know, if we look at that, if one of these goals is fully satisfied, you know, then we should drop it from next year and replace it with something else.
That's a great question. I would say none of
They're
these
all like ongoing.
are all continuous improvement. So that's something we always monitor. That's part of our dashboard. I know with curriculum instruction, we meet as a team, always looking at these when we actually bring principals in and do data meetings. These are the conversations that we're having.
I don't feel like, that's why I kind of like them, is because I feel like the one thing about them is they are something that you continually work on every year
And that's what I appreciate about these goals that we came up with as a group. They're very applicable what we're trying to do. And it's something that we're always trying to get better at, rather than saying, okay, let's just do this shiny thing over here, check the box. But this is something we're always striving to get better at.
Focused, yes, same. Yeah. Okay.
I'm not against adding to it if anybody felt so inclined, but I feel like it covers what I think we need it to.
Okay. Questions, all right. Moving on to the next one, future planning, create AI task force to implement AI policies and procedures across the district. You kind of heard from us today a little bit that we're kind of, I wouldn't say pausing, but we're kind of looking at this a little bit more in depth before we actually bring something to the board on that. So I know they're going to continue to meet again this year. So that's ongoing. Again.
Is that something we want to keep as a goal?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate what he said today, that he wants to take his time and make sure that, I mean, you know, and I think, so I don't know that we remove it, because I wouldn't say it's become irrelevant, but I do think, you know, I like his outlook and his thoughts about, you know, making sure we get it right, slowing down. It's a lot of money, you know, it's just, so.
And that's still not going anywhere regardless of changes.
Yeah,
So
right.
More visual than anything else. I would demote it down to like the 5th in the list here.
Yeah,
And
just for.
now maybe in terms of racking and stacking the rest of them, you've already implemented and are monitoring FTSS, improved monitor work order response time. That one I moved down in the.
I was gonna say, or you could almost, do we remove that, you know?
That
I mean, that one's kind of,
Or MTSS is what you're saying?
that's what, yeah, even monitor work order response time, and all that. I mean, that's something we do, but I don't know if that's really a goal.
Yeah.
I think that was something because, is that for facilities, essentially around facilities? Because I think Justin had talked about having some sort of dashboard.
Which we've been getting at the
report, yeah,
facilities
you know,
committee.
and so I would say maybe that just now
Or like Jim said,
move
come
to,
down here.
or move it to like just an administrative expectation when it comes to our meetings and facilities, and move that off the goals and leave room for something maybe else that we want to prioritize.
Yeah, well, it goes back to this, sorry, to interrupt, but I think it goes back to what you, Kelly, you said, future planning. You put something, monitor screen time. I don't know, something like that, because, you know, that is future planning. You take something like this out and something that we're monitoring, you know, screen time.
But if you look at that in comparison, like increased graduation rate, okay, it's something that's gonna be an ongoing focus and whatnot, maybe we create an objective for the next year to move it from one level to another, but if you
Yeah.
get specific, but looking at that one compared to like improved monitor work order response time, I'd like to see us continue to do that. We just this past year now are starting to get visibility and some reporting showing that. Well, let's keep doing that and see how it comes out in the next year. Are we continuing to improve? Are we seeing what's happening with work order response time? I would recommend the last one, the strategically managed growth, move that up to the first block.
Yes.
Okay.
I would agree.
Move the AI down to the bottom, and if we can haggle it, the other thing. I don't know.
I don't think they were ever in order based on priority, but I like your mindset around it.
Right. But from a future planning standpoint, and it ties to the comprehensive financial plan, so you guys
That's.
doesn't resonate or whatnot, is strategically manage growth and ensure equitable distribution of resources is rather comprehensive and broad of goal. But from a future planning standpoint, what I heard today from a ETS capital needs, I think we do need to make specific emphasis around our district's use of technology, how we manage and govern technology, because everything becomes more and more dependent on technology. You heard some of the challenges that he mentioned. I'd almost like to see us from a future planning standpoint, put a specific focus in that area.
How would you word that all into like one sort of category, like monitoring it from a use, management, like how do you encompass that in a goal? I think you have a better way to articulate that and kind of hone that all into one sort of statement.
Yeah.
I can.
Implement and monitor a framework to improve management and governance of technology.
Did you get that?
Framework. Implement to improve.
Management and governance
Management and.
of district technology.
So a plan to monitor and improve the governance and
The management and governance.
management and governance.
And that would incorporate a lot of things.
So I think it'd be like monitoring. improving-
Refresh,
Yeah.
all those things would incorporate.
And that's from like the use to making sure we're looking at refreshing technology and thinking of all that stuff and, yeah. Are we replacing something with that or are we adding that? Do we?
Well, we
like,
talked
it's
about this one right here. I mean, when I looked at the rest of these,
Well, because if we replace that one, it doesn't mean we're not still doing
Correct.
that. It's not saying we don't care about this
Do
anymore.
we move that to like?
I think that is
facilities?
something that we've actually done a really good job of getting a plan on. I mean, kind of how are we monitoring that? And we have a system in place that's working. So I say we just continue doing that. Does it have to stay on there? I don't think so. I think
that could be like something that's under like the facility, just,
it could, we can move it, or I think, or we can consider taking it
Like a
off.
committee.
Again, continuing to do it in our facilities committee, meetings as we have been.
Do you feel like we need to go deeper into it, Jim? Or like do more than what we're doing, or just continue kind of?
For the technology,
No, for the,
work orders.
the work orders, because I feel like I'm okay taking it off and like having that be something facilities, like whoever's chairing facilities, like that's kind of their thing is like, that's part of their facilities report is that. And then replacing with something that we haven't really seen.
Right.
Yeah,
I think you can combine that with the bottom right for the site-based budgets. for
Yes,
the
yes, that-
Buildings and
yeah.
facilities.
So we're saying and replace that second one.
Second, and with the one you just
The
talked
one
about.
that-
Katie, you've got it written down, so
Okay.
we can revise that.
Because that's kind of what I had here too, written on my notes was capturing some of that as well, so that works out.
Anything else you can think of here? I think the rest of them, implement and monitor, and that's very, very important to do. You've heard a lot on that. It's going to continue to get better.
Can you give some more context around the implement and monitor additional education assistant request and tracking system?
I'll let Dr. Wilson talk about that one.
So those are our paraprofessionals who work specifically with our special education, within our special education program. That goal, I believe, the way it was, it was to implement a process by which schools can request the assistance based on the student's need. And then also not only request it, but also have a process by which we start to pull back on that particular resource so that it's not that the student always has to have the person.
Like more like an adult support monitoring, like the usage and, so where are we on that? Like what, give me like a high level breakdown of what you.
So the team has developed a process for the request and the guidelines, and that'll be implemented starting this school year. With how we go through that process uniformly across the entire district with requesting them and also then how we wean them away, if you will, based on what the students' needs are. So that is definitely in
On-
progress. And so we're gonna implement this year and roll it out this year.
And then monitor through the next.
And I'll give you an example, let's talk about student needs. So what happens is, let's say a paraprofessional is assigned to a student, let's say in an elementary building, okay? That student leaves that elementary building, okay? Sometimes the paraprofessional stays there, does not move up. And so what happens is, you're the principal, and what do? Hey, I got an extra body here. Let's bring this over here, and now they're over here. And so now we have a lot of paraprofessionals. And so, we're trying to make sure we use our resources wisely, and they're attached to students. And so that has become an issue. And so we're doing a much better job of tracking that, because principals, they'll use those people to something else where they were not paid to do, but they will do it. So again, that helps us become more lean and make sure we're doing what we need to be able to do to follow IEPs as well.
Do we need to add something? I don't know where it would go under, like, I would say future planning, like a stronger commitment or goal to meet with like our local other governing bodies regarding this future planning? Like, I just don't know where we capture that entirely. I think.
Well, that's probably engagement. I mean,
Yeah.
I would say that would probably
Okay.
go over here. I mean, you could talk about engagement of community members. We have principal today, but then we can also say in there.
I think we need to
government expertise. We could easily say that. as part of-
ensure that like part of our future planning, so wherever we put that is, are we sitting down with county council regularly saying, this is our need, this is where we're at, this is,
Right.
leading up to the budget, but even maybe biannually, just like, where are we with facilities? Where are we with capital needs? Not just our operational needs, like where are you guys with, the developments, and just kind of having the board in on some of like what's coming down the pipeline and.
Well, like, I'll give you an example, like, we have Rhonda Grice. Rhonda goes to a lot of the meetings, or she watches every meeting down there in the
Yeah.
county and talks about what's being built, all those new developments. We're talking about maybe getting more prescriptive and maybe having that person actually attend the meeting, and then they go up and speak at the meeting. So then that way we are at the table and we're speaking what our needs are. Now, they will send us emails and they will say, hey, once you ask us about this, we've sent letters in, but once we're there, we have to have somebody that's actually there representing us, and then is being able to speak on behalf of the district.
Well, I guess that's what I mean, kind of
Yeah.
setting that, and
I
putting that within something that.
I think you can easily put this engagement here, that piece, we can easily do that. Maybe you'll put that in there, but I think that's very, very important, because I think, that helps us prepare for the future. And that is a critical piece. I know this
I
year,
think we can't, as a board, like, not have a goal, like, because I know the county, and I know they're always like, we need to be working together, everybody's like, are you talking to the county? We need something that shows that we're actively, as a board, also sitting down with these entities, communicating, because, I know sometimes like our admin, or, we'll meet with their admin, but like, then with the county council doesn't necessarily meet with the board, so we also need to make sure the governing bodies are on the same page as maybe the administrative bodies are too, because sometimes I think,
yeah, but
I don't know what it looks
Yeah,
like,
I
how to do
think, I
that.
think we can do a couple things. I know this year we had some of our legislators come and meet with us. And maybe that's an annual meeting that we meet with them before they go to, go to sessions. So, I know you and Jim are in the government entity, and then the board chair is there as well. We have them and just kind of do a roundtable talking to them about needs. Here's what the district is, give them a little bit of, here's what's going on in the district, so they know. So when they go up and make decisions up there in Columbia, then they actually know what's going on. Because sometimes they don't know exactly what's going on if we don't tell our story. I think, we did that once. I know this past year. The other thing we've done is, I'll give you an example. We met with the three entities. At least I did twice over the past year, is about impact fees. So you had North Charleston, you had Town of Somerville, and the county, and talking about that. So we do have those meetings in there as well. I think.
We just encompass that as part of our.
Yeah, I think it is, and I think that's where I think, and I know many of you have had conversations with a lot of county council. The problem is, when you have a meeting with one of them tells you a story, and then the other one tells you a story. And so they don't always kind of add up, and so that's what makes it hard for us As, you know, because we are pretty much lockstep, we know what we're doing and we have a plan. Sometimes that's not always the case. And so that makes it hard for us to make sound decisions.
Yeah.
You know, so it's nobody's fault, but I think, you know, there's a lot of, different ways and avenues you can go down that, but,
Well, traditionally, I don't believe, you know, in all the years I've been in education in DD two, we just did our little meet you, let you know, please give us some money, we have this going on that. But like I've always thought from the beginning, there needs to be someone sitting at that table that hears from us how what they're deciding on impacts us as board members. Other than that, we get treated the same we've always been
Being in a
treated.
position,
So,
what I'm getting at, or utilizing a current staff member to be more of the seat at the table that kind of reports to the board and gives us an update. Like, yeah, I met with these developers, this county, you know, blah, blah, this is the update on where we are here, like as a, you know.
That's a good idea. I think we could maybe incorporate it into, so we're getting some updates during the board meetings for it. And I think what we're saying is we need to be more intentional
Yes.
about these meetings. Yes, and I think we're all on the same page with that, so.
Like what that looks like and,
Yeah, I agree.
and the other piece we need to do a better job is telling our story. And so, you know, we have the principal for the day. And the other thing we're thinking about is doing ambassadors of DD2. And what that would look like, and I've been working with Kim Cahill on this, and identifying people in the community that, okay, today we're gonna have maybe 5 meetings throughout the year. And so today you're gonna get to go over to see transportation and you're gonna have to ride a bus. And this is what our bus driver has to do. And how many buses do we have? This is what a bus driver has to do each and every day. Talk about the routing system. Here's the routing system. Here's what a router does. So then they can speak to people in the community that says, wow, what are they doing? Did you know this? Did you know that? I'll give you a story today. Kitty and I went out and met with all of our bus drivers today and welcomed them back. And, you know, Kenny went through the bus driver training. And he actually told them, he goes, I couldn't believe how many buttons you have to push just to open and stop the bus and open the door. And so he's trying to empathize with them, saying, hey, I know your job is very, very hard. And so if we can do that with some of our community members, and then also food service is another one, technology is another one, financial planning and those. So if you get a group of people in and they can be our ambassadors when when we're doing things within the community. So that's one thing that I would like to do this year, along with Kim's help and our team's help to do that. You know, personnel, how do you hire somebody? What do you guys do? What kind of background checks do you do? I just think those are, you know, recruitment and retention. What are you doing? I think the more we can get that out there to talk to people, people will be able to advocate for us out in the community.
could we possibly, cause I feel like if we muddy like some of the meetings with the, like, other delegations and like developers in with that, we kind of lose some emphasis on some of that. Cause I think that has its own, like, those are your ambassadors, those are your, you know, more community engagement.
Well, I mean,
What about the meet accessibility standards of all school district websites? I'm sure that's something I'm guessing have accomplished at this point, or?
we're still going through that right now.
Okay, I was
So-
gonna say, could that be something we replace with
Yeah, you probably could.
with like something, cause I feel like that's something we should just do. I don't know if that should be a board goal. I just feel like a board goal would be more of like that communication with the governing bodies, like something that's more meaty than updating your
Yeah,
website,
we
you
can,
know?
why don't we do that? Why don't we just take that off? Because we have to do
Yeah,
that.
but you have to do that
have to do it.
anyways,
It's
just
part of my law.
kind of like a
So
way
why don't we just put in there something about engaging government entities
and
in regards,
local,
and local
like-
legislators
and, you know, developers and like whatever, like however you wanna word that.
regarding,
School.
the best interest of Dorchester District
Yeah,
2.
yeah.
Something like that.
I don't know. Does
I
anybody-
think that's covered by the second one, because what you described is specifically
Yeah.
others executive and public officials.
That's what I'm
and
saying, is why you
Community
separate.
members could include developers and Chamber of
Okay.
Commerce and all the rest of them, to build better partnerships, with them. But I definitely agree with, take the first one off.
Maybe figure out just how, I'll leave that to you, how you wanna break it up, like,
Yeah.
but I just think one's kind of more of like a fun education outreach, come in and see what we're doing, have ambassadors, and one's more of like, you are the people that are making the decisions that are affecting, ultimately, you're building the houses, you're passing the laws, you're approving the budgets. like, there's like a different level there than the people that are gonna be advocates and community partners, like in a different way. Does that make sense? So I would kind of break it up of the people who are like, are impacting directly our operations and capital needs and all of that, versus the people that can help communicate.
The great things are going on.
Yes.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. So we can put up here in this first box will be talking to government entities, future planning, talking like developers. And I give you an example, you talked about, do we hire somebody? We've got Rhonda that does that, but do we need to have somebody that's on the inside that
is going.
Consultant, maybe you're not paying somebody that's here, but somebody that's going to those meetings and knows the developers and the contacts. Because we don't always get the contacts, and we'll get the contacts. We've met with Lennar several times, then they fired Lennar, okay, the people there, and now it's a whole new different, developer. And so now we're left back at the table. And so if you're able to get somebody, they might have that contact right away. And maybe it's not somebody, it's a full employee. That's right, it's not a full employee, but it can help us a little bit along the way. With Kenny and Tony's done a great job of trying to figure out who those people are, and he makes those phone calls, but then again, a dead end. And so how do we are able to,
This opens the door to
Right.
exploring options for how we make sure we're having a seat at the table consistently in the conversations, whether that's through the board's, community, public, governmental relations, whether it's through having a person that maybe we, as a board deem, we need another body to help do that. Maybe it's, being more intentional with who we have and making sure they're there and reporting to the board. However we want to do that, or you decide you want to do
Right.
that, but that gives you like, hey, the overarching goal is we're making intentional contact points with these people who are ultimately affecting the amount of kids, the amount of people, the amount of funding we have in this district, and how can we ensure that they really understand truly what our needs are ahead of time, proactively, long-term.
Right, and I'll give you another example, like Rhonda Grice goes to those meetings, and then when they're doing the Orangeburg Road project, and so she was able to, get with Fran down there, and with Kenny and I, we went and visited and said, hey, can you make it short and make it a little bit narrow, and not come all the way up to the school, and so they were able to accommodate some of them. So those, we do have people there, but as far as the development piece, that is the big, big issue, because those things change regularly. And then they do the bait and switch that we have seen here. So,
Without getting into strongly held opinions about that particular topic, I think as a goal,
yes,
we do need to make that something that is a recurring and intentional
I just didn't see.
for our board.
agreed.
And we should talk about how we emphasize the importance of that to the other entities.
I agree.
Something that's somewhat related to that is, as I was sitting in the county council meeting we had recently, and they were talking about having the public vote on whether or not we're going to get this particular bill passed in order for us to do whatever. We need to have somebody out there educating the public. And since we can't do it, when do we plan to organize people that can, like our PTA members and all the other kinds of friends of the district? When are we going to?
Yeah, I got those on there, Ms. Powell, like meet regularly, the PTA, SSPL, CART, teacher forum.
Yeah, but our time period is slowly.
I think we'll have like a training on how that works, but I think a lot of what happens is those entities then who support it form their own organizations in support of it. We can't go out and advocate for it and have.
I got that.
Or ask them to advocate for it.
But when are we going to?
I do, I want to clarify, we as a district are allowed to educate the public on pending referendums and things of that nature. We are not allowed to advocate. The community groups who support the district would have to organize themselves and advocate for the district.
So
We
we
as a
can't go
district
to
can
the,
only educate.
We can't ask.
we can't give
PTA.
the information and let them know, PTA and all these other groups, that you are the only one that can advocate for this. We cannot. But my question is, every day that we wait, that's less time we have to get that word out there. Because,
Well, I think what we're waiting on is to see.
Oh,
how
yeah,
county
I know.
council- Right.
But you-
Proceed, but you're right, once we know what's gonna happen, yes, we will have a short time period for everything to.
Well, I think we need to have a plan in place so we can.
I know Chad is working on the education piece.
Okay, so I'll give you an example. So for example, we would come up and we're kind of trying to develop a great, kind of a PowerPoint or slide deck and have the education piece. We cannot say you have to vote.
Right.
We cannot do that. Now, I can go out, since I'm the superintendent, I can go out to every building and educate them. And that would be the goal, is go to every building to a meeting and educate them. What does this mean? What does it look like? How does this, work? And so, but I can't tell them they have to vote yes for it. I can just go ahead and say, educate them. So if we can get to our people, that's 3,000 or 4,000 people right there that we can get to. Then we've got to think about going out to the ponds, Usaw Creek, those neighborhoods and doing that. You're thinking of Chamber, you're thinking of Dorchester Economic Development, Rotary, going to those places and educating people. And then doing things on social media that we've talked about, and doing pieces on how the referendum looks like, and what are our needs. So being able to tell our story, that's gonna be the big thing. And it's gonna be gangbusters once they go ahead, and if this does go to fruition, it gets going about, then we're going. We
And
gotta
you'll
start.
see other entities, like they'll like come out because of understanding the need, they might come out and advocate for it on our behalf, but I don't, that just tends to be.
Right.
So.
Right, we just
Making
can't.
sure we have a plan, like.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And some will come out and not advocate for it.
And I had to go last year, a little bit, the last time we did the referendum, 2024, I went to some of those meetings, and we can get those things set up. And then
Right.
obviously I'll take Tina and Kenny with me if they have any questions that are more in depth on finance. And then we can be able to talk to people on those things and just educate. We can't tell them again, we cannot tell them you have to vote for this, we're just educating. So, yeah, but the big thing is then using our PIO department, again, getting out all the 2024 referendum projects. How do we do that? And the other thing we're thinking about doing is putting signs out by all of our other projects saying outside, hey, it's like they've done in Dorchester County. Hey, this project was paid for 2024 referendum dollars at work. So those are things that we have to leverage before all this comes out. That makes sense. And we have a lot of work to do. And with the ponds, with what we just got there for 30 days, if that comes out, that is going to be a huge,
Are you
huge.
sharing that in like anything, or is that?
I'll talk about it tonight
Okay.
because I have to talk about the current referendum projects, but that's 30 days and hopefully we'll be able to do that. We've talked to county councilman already. Said, where's it at? Please get it to us as soon as possible. We will be leveraging Hood Construction. We have a meeting coming up with them August 10th already. We've already reached out to them that week and see where we're at. So hopefully we'll have some information and we'll hit the ground running there. So we've got those meetings ready to go. So good question. All right, what, I think we can.
Safety and security.
Safety and security.
Right,
Thank you.
pretty good. I say we get rid of stop the bleed training, just because I think you should do it anyway every year, and I don't know why it's a goal. Isn't it required, no matter what, stop the bleed training?
I think, was that to get all of
That
the
was good.
classrooms, like the training?
Oh, okay, that's not
So
required.
That's not required.
Yeah, so where are we at with that?
Yeah,
Okay,
we can take that one off.
so have we done that then?
We're not 100%, we are working.
So why
Because
don't
every
we,
time we get new staff, we have to train
But
them.
how, what about those like kits? I don't know the proper name for that. Do you know?
Or did it stop the bleed kits? I think they are.
That's the only way I still have to think about, but they are.
It's a little bit different. The kits are for individual classrooms.
Yes.
And so I would have to.
They're all in there.
Or the other
It's
thing.
gonna be novel if you're not.
Other training.
I have to sit in the classroom, and like every other classroom.
that's, we can do that.
Could we possibly change that to integrate, incorporate, stop the bleed and other relevant training into our ongoing orientation, onboarding, whatever the.
Yeah, we could do that with onboarding, stop the bleed and other Dr. Wilson, what's your thought?
I don't know if we have to necessarily make it a goal. I mean, the intent was for us to become current, as current as possible. This was these are 3-year goals, so we felt like by 28, we would be 100%. So, but it doesn't have to be necessarily a board goal. It's something that we're still going to do either way.
I guess I was just trying to look, I would like, and this is something I've talked to Ashley about it, I think I bring up every single year, is part of safety and security to me is teaching kids conflict resolution, giving them the tools that they need to resolve issues before they turn into safety and security threats from within the schools, whether that's a student that is dealing with a mental health issue, or a fight with another person, wanting to bring a weapon to school because they don't know how to deal with what they're going through. And so I still would like to see us as a board district have some sort of conflict resolution, peer mediation, something that's dealing with behavior on the front end, not necessarily, because we have like discipline matrix, we have like a lot with dealing with stuff as it happens, but I want it to be very intentional and show that we're trying to consistently provide tools to educate kids on the front end with all different types of things.
Well-
And giving them, I don't know where you would put that, or if that would be something, I'm just gonna ask for it every year. Cause I mean, I don't know.
Well, I think what you're saying is implement conflict resolution and peer mediation.
Yeah, so that or other tools that would help with. Because I think a lot of what we see is some of the safety and security concerns are fights that break out among students and like disciplinary issues. Those are what are creating safety and security risk from inside the school. I mean, obviously there's the monitoring and dealing with the threats that are outside of the school, but what do you do when all these kids are already in the building and they don't have the tools to properly deal with the things that they're facing, you know? And so what are, maybe, I know there's plenty of things we already do, but how can we expand on that, make that a priority, encompass that, and ensure that, you know, we're continually, because I mean, the behavior issues we're seeing with kids are growing more severe. I think the lack of social skills and ability to work through conflict is something we're seeing, you know, kids increasingly are not being taught. So how can we as a school district make sure we're trying to fill in that gap and giving these tools they need to, kids the tools they need to, you know, deal with it on the front end so it doesn't escalate, de-escalation, you know, like.
I can speak from third grade counseling. When our third grade counselor came, well, she was the counselor, but when she came into our third grade classroom and was doing lessons, like that was absolutely a lesson. I don't know if it's continuing on in middle school and high school, but I would hope it would be, but they're definitely taught.
And I know it is, but like, how can we have it front
Continue to implement it,
facing
yeah.
and expand on it to something like peer mediation
For those that
and
are.
having additional, like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? I would like, I know for a fact, and please don't, I don't want that to be taken by anybody publicly listening to it. I know we do that. I just like want it to be publicly facing so people understand that, because I think there are a lot of misconceptions around that, A, and B, how can we expand on that? Because I do think there is a great need for it, and I'd like to see us to do more than what we do, you know?
Sure, so I will answer this, and Dr. Wilson, a lot of this will fall under student services as well, so feel free to jump in and activate. But you're right, this is a lot, I mean, this is a shared responsibility for everything you just mentioned. This is on our teachers, our administrators, counselors, social workers, and we do a lot in this area. Specifically, what Ms. King referenced, our elementary counselors teach in-class monthly lessons that align with conflict resolution, de-escalation, anger management, all of those, a lot of those coping skills that as children at that age they need to develop. That does follow them into middle school. The timing is different. It's one per quarter, I think, in middle school. And then all the way up, you know, that's a part of also High School 101 for our high school students. That's a lot of what they work on their peer conflicts at the high school level. How do we resolve those in ways that are age appropriate? We also, I would say, in the last couple of years have done a really good job building up where we see students and families needing additional supports through mental health, social work, also through your approval, we added RBTs last year in the budget too, and we feel like all of those, I think, will really hit and align with a lot of what you're talking about, Ms. Bates. But I do think it's something we could work with those people to kind of put our heads together and how that, what are we already doing and how, like, that trajectory, how could we measure that in a way where we, especially with those new components that we're adding on, if that's the desire, we certainly go that route. Dr. Wilson or Mr. Doherty, anything else that I did not? Yeah.
When I was, excuse me, I met with the Oak Brook Middle Counseling Department twice this past year. I do know that they have like, they're labeled clubs, but they're specifically for kids that need extra supports, and that is one of them. So I think that they're able to identify some of the kids. I'm not saying they're obviously reaching all of them or.
No, yeah, I mean, it's impossible, that's an impossible.
Yeah, but I definitely think like this is something that I can bring to them when I meet with them again in the fall and just, you know, my other friends that will meet with them before I do, just all of like the middle school counseling departments, if they just focus on these clubs and just have different opportunities for these kids that are in.
I think that's good, but I think ultimately, it's like, I don't wanna be the one going in and talking to the counseling departments. I wanna make sure that that's something that is a goal and a priority that you guys are, you know, pursuing and maybe letting us know what's going on and all of that, and then like, how are we expanding on it, so.
Yeah, how about we get with what we're doing currently and bring that back to you?
Yeah,
And I think that will be a great starting.
I think we should just provide that in a board.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like a presentation.
We can easily do that.
Talk about that, having,
Just more, because I just don't think people understand that, and I also do think, like, I understand there's the clubs and stuff like that, but I do think there are value in, you know, making sure that they're consistent across the district, those things are being offered everywhere. If some school like Oak Brook Middle is doing a really good job with it, then maybe, you know, we see and make sure that other schools are offering the same sort of things. And again, like, there is value in like peer mediation, there's value in other, you know, opportunities for kids to have, to deal with those sort of situations, so.
Well, I was just saying, I think it aligns with what we're doing with MTSS anyways. It's almost exactly what you're talking about, is that we know, to go back to the instructional materials discussion that we started this meeting with, is this is what we're doing for all kids. This shouldn't be happening in every classroom. Well, that's the same for their social skills development, their behavior expectations, all of those things. We have a standard that is the DD2 way. These are the things that we teach every kids across all levels, all classrooms. And then what are we doing for those students that needed some more support in tier 2? And then what does that tier 3 look like if students still aren't able to be successful there? So it's the same thing that we've talked about through MTSS. It's just shifting that lens away from the academics only into looking at that, not just behavior, but social development and friends, all of those things that align there as well.
You know, prior to Kenny coming to DeVos, I forgot who was the principal then. A couple teachers and myself, we developed a peer mediation conflict resolution because we were having some issues. And so out of that, we went and we did a training over, we did our school, and then we did, at that time, Rollins, I think, the principal that said Ashley Retreat, what's her name? Brooks Matthews, well, her dad was the principal at where we are now. And then we also did one in St. George. And what we did basically is just train the students how to be peer mediators. And they basically ran the program. We just made sure we had an adult person there to help oversee.
They didn't sponsor yet.
I just
We
think
did the
we can
presentation, we took that same presentation to Washington DC. We sent in a request and we got permission to basically demonstrate what we did at one of the international programs that they had, part of reading program, because we integrated through reading as well. And so I think it's very important for our students to know how to de-escalate, even if they're just helping peers. And of course, an adult person needs to be present when you're doing that. But I think they also appreciate the fact that they saw themselves as change makers and know that they're able to help bring about a difference.
I was a peer mediator in high school, and I still use the skills that I learned to this day. And I still think that I became better at solving conflict through helping others solve conflict. And I know that's just one thing that I keep bringing up, but I do think, like I said, I think we do things well, but Ms. Powell's seen that work really well. I think there are just ways that we can continually improve, because at the end of the day, the behavior issues we're seeing in the schools are, we have a lot of different things that we didn't see a long time ago and some of the same things. And so we need to continually add to it, expand on it, figure out how we can improve on it and figure out how we can reach these kids. Cause I mean, at the end of the day, if it was perfect and everything was working good, we wouldn't have fights at school. We wouldn't have these issues. So we just gotta keep, trying to help and keep trying to reach and figure out new ways to do it.
Well, unfortunately, they're bringing things to school.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
That ends up in the death of children or somehow traumatizing them in a manner that's hard for them to get over. And we had our difficult days then, but today, it's a whole different ballgame. And so we have to help them understand, they see fighting in their homes or whatever. And so they think that's the means by which you handle it. But we have to give them a better way.
Yeah, and I agree, and I agree with all of you, and I think the other thing, it arms and helps our administrators too, gives another level of support for our administrators. Kenny knows, being a former middle school principal, the worst thing we had to deal with was.
Oh, we didn't have no problem with that.
Was girl drama, with girl drama, because girls, they don't forget, guys, they fight, the next day they're friends, but, again, so.
Well, that's true, girls are, they're big.
Anyway, that's.
Well, I think that is definitely something we want to, no, I mean, I think.
No, we'll definitely look at it. And like you said, Kelly, I think we could come to the next board meeting, or a board meeting here in a couple of weeks or a month and have everything that we're doing and how to ensure up all those processes to make sure we're doing the same thing. Because if it's great for one building, it's gotta be good for all of them, so that's good. Anything else you can think of?
On safety?
Anything more on safety? Staff recruitment and retention. I think this is a good one. Administer and review annual climate survey. That's always good. Increase retention rates for special education teachers. That is another good one to have. That's always, that was one of our last ones to fill still. Right now, we're still looking for special ed teachers. Improve teacher and administrative quality through professional development opportunities. We are doing that for PD. And then I know Katie, Dr. Wilson, and our team have done a lot more with administrative quality through professional development with those cohorts. That's going well. We want to continue to do that. I know we're adding another cohort this year. Maintain competitive pay and benefits. I think that should be a goal every year. I know we're continuing trying to figure out how we're going to pay our people. We finally got our administrators on a formula. So we're excited about that. So thank you to all of you. That was huge. And then continue to hold job fairs, attend university job fairs, attract top talent to DD2 personnel. I think those are all really good. Anybody else think of anything different?
No, I think those
They're good.
Yeah.
Well, the times I've gone to the recruitment fair, they've been so on point.
Oh, yes.
And I just love it, and I think our district does a very good job.
And I want to say this, I don't know the data right now, but I think, what are we, Dr. Wilson, 99.7% filled, I think I saw, was that right?
That's a good number.
So we are doing amazing things in the personnel department, and so again, special ed still that Achilles heel there. So I think that's.
Do we need?
Special ed, how many do we still need, Dr. Wilson? It's only like 3 or 4, is it something like that?
We still have a lot of contracts.
Don't say it out loud.
Is it more high school or middle or elementary?
I think it's spread. Some of everything.
We have a lot of contracted folks who aren't our employees, and they cost more than employees because the company, of course, adds on additional fees than if we were paying salaries and benefits for somebody. That's one of our big issues this current year.
Okay, as he's going through that,
Everything's valid and older, so.
Find your, go down, follow your breadcrumbs.
As of Friday, we 6 fed.
6 fed. And what's the percent total in the whole district? What was it? I think you sent that to me. What was it, 99.7? Yeah, okay, there we go. All right, so we feel pretty good about that one. Now, financial planning. So let's go through that one. So I think someone may have some questions on that. Very good.
I like all of the goals. I'd like to kind of refine the first one.
Yeah, I literally wrote the same thing. It's like very generic and I think it needs a little bit.
And it was fine when we did it last year. Now where we're at, I think we need to say develop and present annual balanced operational, capital, and financing budgets.
You get that, Katie?
That was very elaborate. I didn't have all that. I liked it.
Okay, I'm glad we didn't have you, Mr. Farrell, write it down, so.
Operational capital and what was the other?
Financing.
Financing or debt, and how I prefer to word it, but
I think that's good.
and then with the bottom one, this could just be an objective, other just to kick it around. Create and maintain a rolling 5-year capital plan.
Create and maintain a 5-year capital.
Associated with each of the buildings. And one of the things you do, you are involving the administrators in each building in servicing their needs, but I don't know that we're actually at a point where, okay, for that building, we can actually have a measurable plan for that building, for that campus or whatnot. It says we intended to do this last year. It got done. These things were added to it. We have that rolling. So now we have visibility not only holistically as a district, which roll up to that top goal, but also at each campus, we're keeping an eye on those things so that we try and surface our needs.
So when you think about this, what about a facilities plan? I know the last time we ever did a facilities plan was what, 2020, Tina, am I right? And so maybe we can dust that off and try to get a more, how can I say, more accurate facilities plan.
Yeah, don't reinvent the wheel. You got, yes,
Yeah.
We know what our needs are and we do have those, but I'm not in
Not
the
a
format that Mr. Lee is talking about, so.
I think that would be, I agree 100%. I think we need to have that. That needs.
Probably could just have the one we have updated,
Correct.
right? Yes, yeah.
So it's easy when we come to the public or we have a meeting and say, here it is. So Chad's plan, Mr. Lee's plan, it's the districts, so. Agree. Anything else you guys can think of on that? Those are good ones. Thank you. Okay. Katie's taking good notes for us, so thank you, Katie. And so I'll leave this up for the rest of the board for discussion, so if you guys, we still have 15 minutes if you want to do that. That's it. So.
It's all your.
Rebecca Reed, Dr. Woodman.
Thank you. All right. Well,
We, board members, anything else under the goals that you would like to discuss at this time? Anything specific? Not goals, well, anything that falls under a goal as well, I mean.
Like if it's something that you like.
Or I think, one thing.
Focus on.
Yes, well, a focus, because I think, these are our board goals. We look to Mr. Doherty and his team to implement how, the best way for the district to complete these goals. But I think another thing that we've been discussing, some of us individually, is what is our role in this? Because I think that's an important conversation to have as well. Because there are a lot of things on here, and when I say that, I certainly do not mean micromanaging or going into the building. But I think there are things on here that we, there are ways that we can help to work towards making sure we achieve these goals as well. So, anyone have any thoughts on that or ideas about, what we can do or ways that we can help support? I think one of the things we talked about a little bit already is the intentional meeting and engaging with our, other government entities. And I think, we formed the committee. That's a step in the right direction. And I think we continue to, a lot of times, Mr. Doherty said, we do have these side conversations, and we're probably all constantly talking with other leaders throughout our county and state, but being more intentional. And I think not only that, but maybe even, I think, Mr. Lee and I talked about this, a schedule.
setting up things so that it's a regularly scheduled interactions might be something that we could consider doing. I think just so that it's, even having regular check-ins, I was thinking about what I could do, as board chair, like maybe reaching out regularly to the county council chairperson and, making sure that we're checking in every couple weeks just to talk about what's going on. Like, how can you update me on what's happening? How can I update you? Just keeping those conversations flowing. Of course, make sure that we're updating each other on what's happening, but, little things like that can go a long way. I think one thing that we're doing really well is we are building these relationships and they're, that's great, but continuing with that momentum and just figuring out the best way to make sure that that we're all involved with that. Cause I want to make sure that too. I think that's important, so I'm open to other thoughts about that if anyone has.
And I just look forward to, us basically not just, meeting one-on-one is good, but I like the idea of all of the county council members hearing the same thing. Because sometimes you have your own personal biases regarding, like this, you don't like that, and you not intentionally trying to be misleading, but you may not bring over some of the major points that they need to know about why we are there and what we need from them, how we can work together. But if everybody hears it at the same time, then you don't cherry pick what you want to focus
So
on.
I think that's a good point. A lot of times I feel like we assume they know what our needs are. Because we know it seems so obvious, but I think we've got to be, it's very important. We cannot assume anyone knows anything. And that's something, again, that we've all kind of had some conversations about, like, are we making sure, and this, this comes, a big piece of this, what our financial needs are, how we're planning for the future. I mean, this deferred maintenance is a huge one. Also the growth that's coming. And I think, just being more proactive about telling them what our needs are is an important piece of that. Have any thoughts?
We're kind of piggybacking on that. That's all to say. I really need it. Kind of piggybacking on that. Mr. Doherty, you and your team, what more could the board do to help you?
Well, I think you guys have done a phenomenal job. You guys have all done a phenomenal job when we talk about financial planning, when we talk about millage and questions like that. You've done a phenomenal job of having those conversations with a lot of our government entities. That's helped us a tremendous. I can just speak for myself. Just when I talk to a lot of you, you've had those conversations with people. So that helps us tremendously because we're here, trying to get things done. Now, I've had coffee with some of them many times, and I know that you guys are able to have those conversations with them in probably a more deeper manner than what I can at that point. And so you guys have done a phenomenal job there. I think we continue that. I think the big thing I think you mentioned there is having something planned out, and we can help you here plan that with our government entities here. And we can sit there and have with our state legislators in the fall, maybe meet with them twice a year, maybe one fall and spring where we say, okay, guys, before you go to session, hey, here's some things you need to know about. And I think then we can have those conversations with them. And we can have another conversation with you about, oh, here's some things we see that are going on in the district that maybe it's with testing and security. Did you know this is happening? And so, we can then relay that to our government officials, I think. And I think for the most part, I will say this, very blessed with this team here. We communicate very well. And I think we're all on the same page. But I think the biggest thing, Mr. Lee, is continue to have those conversations and then basically let us know what those conversations are so we're all still on the same page, which I think we really do a good job. And so we've made a lot of progress. I mean, think of the budget we did this year. That couldn't have happened without all of your support. And our administrators were so very grateful of what happened this year, getting them on a formula. I remember meeting with them this year and we met with them all and personnel had their salaries on the new scale and met with them. And I bet they probably thanked everybody in this room. And that's with this team too, for us, we all sat down trying to figure out a plan. But no, I mean, I'll speak selfishly, I think it's been a great year. I mean, we've accomplished a lot of great things, and it's because we work together. So I appreciate all of you, and I appreciate your question, because I think you guys have helped me. Sometimes I feel like maybe I should be doing that. And I'm like, okay, I don't know how I would do that, because you guys are having some of those conversations. So I do really, really appreciate that, because that takes a lot of pressure on myself and our team, where we can really work on, the academic achievement piece. So I hope that answers your question. So thank you.
Well, I don't have a question, but I will say this, and I don't make any bones about the fact that the previous administrator, I got along well with him. I still love him. I still pray for him and everything. But I want to say, when it comes to Chad has basically taken this ball and ran with it. You would have thought that he's been a superintendent all along. And he has surrounded himself with a group that works well together. Because he could be doing what he needs to do and have people around him who's not supported, who does not feel as if they're respected so that they can voice their true opinions. And all of that is what goes into making a great team. And so I want to say to you all, thank you so much. This man right here, we didn't always get along, but I want you to know,
I was young.
I was young too, so we all do. So guess what? But anyway, I'm very serious when I say this. I am so proud to be a member of the board because of who we work with. And the fact that we can talk to each other, and even if we don't always agree, it's okay. Now, he knows he keeps me grounded. He's my big brother. So, and I'm just saying this seriously. I think we're doing a great job with the little we have, but I'm ready to have more. And I believe that this is our time to have the more. So you need to learn how to go home and do something else, okay? All right?
My kids.
Now, I will text him at 2:00 in the, all y'all know y'all get a 2:00 text, so you don't have to answer it until the next morning. But, whenever I think of it, I send a text, all right? So much love, and my board members, love them.
Thank you.
They are so appreciative, and
Good. Anybody else?
Thank you, Cindy.
Before we close it out, because we're right at the end here, and I think it's been a very productive day. Lots of great information, lots of good stuff. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for the excellent presentations, very thorough, lots of good information, and clearly great things happening as we already knew. So we appreciate everyone's participation. And we have a little bit of a break right now before we re-adjourn for the board meeting at 6. So thank you.